Aster holds a dominant head-to-head record with 211 wins over Zeth, and that psychological edge is clearly playing a part here. It looks like the higher rated player is just comfortably in control. We have to see if Zeth can actually shake this trend. Aster's just cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on that rating gap right now. Aster is putting on a real show of speed here, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. He's just untouchable right now, cleaning up the round without taking a single hit. Just another result, echoing the recent 13-7 match. A huge response from Zeth, proving he can trade blows with the frontrunner. He's showing he's got the fire to keep this close. Zeth stays aggressive here, refusing to let his opponent pull away completely. This is a drastic shift from the early lead Aster had established. Aster has been in exceptional form today with a 25-11 record over the last day. And honestly, he's bringing that confidence into every single encounter. It makes sense why he can shake off those quick losses and immediately reclaim control of the server. Zeth keeps the pressure high, cutting Aster down right off the ramp. A surprising turnaround for the underdog so far. Aster still holds a comfortable 3-round lead here. Zeth is definitely fighting an uphill battle tonight. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. Zeth has a few good rounds, but the top seed is simply too consistent for him right now. Zeth needs some momentum now. Zeth holds his ground on that ramp and manages to claw back another one. He's certainly not playing like the number 31 rated player right now. Aster's pushing ahead, now sitting pretty at 9-5. He's looking strong, similar to that 16-12 result they had here recently. Aster is just making this look way too easy, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that ramp. His recent run of form is translating well into this series. He just shuts down that ramp attempt and quickly regains his momentum. His overall high win rate is showing in this series. Zeth manages to scramble back into it, preventing another run from his opponent. Aster recovers his composure and is now just a single round away from victory. Just a total mismatch in terms of confidence. And there it is. Aster shuts the door on a quick final exchange to secure the victory. Zeth played the map well, but just didn't have the raw speed to keep up with him today. Zed currently leads the head-to-head history by a tiny margin. It's a very narrow gap after 300 matches, but he's definitely looking to widen that lead here today. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this early pressure.
Counter-terrorists win.
Zed is cruising right now, holding a 2-1 advantage. That's definitely a fast way to bounce back from his last loss to Aster. What a nail biter! Both players were nearly depleted, but Zed claws out the win by a hair. He's definitely making the most of his slot as the favorite. Zed is just one step ahead, putting Omnic on the back foot. That was a lightning fast trade to get things back on track. We're all square at 3 apiece. Omnic finally fights back. He's clearly still reeling from that tough loss to Aster earlier today. A fierce exchange, but he's completely taken over the map now. The momentum shift is real after their last meeting on Italy. Zed closes this one out comfortably to keep the series deadlocked. The higher seed manages to keep his composure. Omnic takes the lead with a tight 5-4. Zed looks to snap that 3-game skid today. Omnic really seems to have the measure of his opponent today, having already beaten him once recently. It's a huge shift in confidence for him, considering they are so close in the overall rankings. We'll see if Zed can find a way to shake this off. We are all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of stalemate we expected from two players so similar in skill. It'll be a toss-up to see who grabs the lead after the switch. Clean slate for both players. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in this absolute dogfight. He's trying to keep those early losses to Aster from haunting him. Zed answers back, leaving us deadlocked at 7 apiece. Both players have had a tough run with 22 losses each today. Zed has completely seized the initiative, putting the pressure firmly back on Omnic. We've hit a dead hit with both players at 8. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last encounter. Zed pulls back in front with a slim 9-8 lead. He is currently playing his 5th set of the day. Unbelievable! He survives by a sliver of health to pull the score even at 9-9. Absolute chaos in that trade, barely staying alive. Zed barely keeps his nose ahead at 10-9. Tough break for the man who just struggled against Aster. Omnic secures a clean kill from the ramp, and now we are back to a deadlock. A tight battle between two players, nearly identical in our rating. Omnic has really found another gear, putting a serious dent in Zed's composure right now. He's really struggling to find any consistency in this block. Things are just refusing to swing in one direction today. We are right back to a tie. Neither player has managed to pull away in this match. He manages to secure another round from the ramp, bringing him to the verge of victory. That is a tough spot for the favored player to be in. Unbelievable. That incredible sequence forces this entire match into overtime. An incredible way to set up the high stakes overtime. Zeth is putting on a real display of efficiency right now, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. He's showing a lot more grit than in that earlier loss today. Zeth is simply on fire, strolling through another round to keep his lead firm. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did against Aster. He's simply untouchable right now, moving one step closer to sealing the series. The momentum has completely shifted into his hands now. A perfect reaction by Omnic to keep his hopes alive in this overtime thriller. Just what he needed to keep this tension building. He's refusing to back down, continuing this push to keep the dream alive. He's putting on an incredible display of raw speed right now. What a surge! Omnic has completely taken control with 3 straight rounds to reach match point. The underdog has completely flipped the script. Omnic holds a thin 16-15 lead heading into the next. Omnic has extended his cushion to 17-15. A total collapse from the favorite in this final stretch. Omnic keeps extending the gap with an 18-15 score. He's certainly showing why his rating is so competitive. Omnic is really pulling away now at 19-15. He's really proving himself to be the nightmare matchup for Zeth lately, especially after that clutch performance in the extra rounds. What a fight. Aster is starting this match with an incredible amount of momentum after a 26-9 record over the last day, and honestly he's already had a lot of success against Omnic in the past. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can shift the tide early on. He is just completely owning this early stage of the map. He is comfortably maintaining that gap in ranking on the ladder. A swift reaction there to put a halt to the momentum and get back into this. A completely untouched response from Omnic to keep the pressure mounting. The underdog is definitely starting to find his footing here. Aster holds a solid lead with a 4-2 advantage. That's a stark contrast to the 14-21 run he's had today. Omnic has struggled to hold his own historically, winning only about a third of his total matches. He's definitely feeling that pressure now as Aster starts to pull away again. It's becoming a real uphill battle from here. Aster just widened the gap to 6-3. Aster is putting on a show here, just completely taking over the pace of the match. He's really playing like the higher seeded guy right now. He's simply too fast, securing another flawless round to head into the break with a huge lead. Aster holds a 9-3 lead. Everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. The top seed is simply too strong for Omnic right now. Let's see a different pace now. Omnic fights back to make it 9-4. Omnic is certainly playing with a lot more confidence than he did in that 13-5 loss earlier today. Omnic closes it to 9-5, but he's still trailing. Aster puts a stop to that small run and keeps his grip on the game. The 14-rated player in the league just put his foot back on the gas. Aster extends his dominance to a 10-6 lead. A gritty look from Omnic after that 13-9 win earlier today. Aster is just too sharp right now, and those quick exchanges are heavily favoring him. It's a tough look for the underdog right now. He shrugs off the initial damage and secures the trade to move within one round of victory. Omnic finds his mark again, managing to stave off the end for just a bit longer. His record today has been rough, but he's refusing to go quietly. He's hanging in there, putting up a serious fight as we head into the final stretch. What a fight! He barely survives that scramble to seal the match victory. He's just continuing to dominate their history together, keeping that head-to-head record firmly in his favor. Aster carries a massive historical advantage here with a lifetime record of 212.54 over Zeth. It is hard to ignore that dominance, and honestly, Aster is just continuing a very strong run of form right now. We'll see if Zeth can actually find a way to break this pattern. Zeth is fighting hard to close that 2-1 gap. He's really taking the confidence from that 13-7 win yesterday. We've got a real stalemate on our hands right now. Neither side is letting the other pull away. His higher rank isn't shielding him from this pressure. Zeth has surged ahead, leading 3-2. Really surprising to see him outperform the number 14 seed like this. Aster claws back and we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. Zeth has had a tough run today with 13 wins and 23 losses. Aster is starting to pull ahead. If he can keep this momentum going, we might be in for a quick series. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking full control with 3 straight rounds. The tide has completely turned and he's now claimed 4 straight. He's been putting up some serious numbers today with a 26-9 record. A perfect response from Zeth, cutting into that lead with a lightning fast encounter. That was purely a matter of timing. Aster has an incredible 80% win rate in their direct matchups. It's a mountain for Zeth to climb considering how consistently he struggled against this specific opponent. We're really seeing the gap in skill play out in real time. Aster takes the lead 7-5 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the match to unfold. He's comfortably in the driver's seat right now. Aster's holding a solid 3-round cushion at 8-5. Zeth is definitely struggling to keep pace with the top tier here. Aster's just relentless, extending this to a 9-5 lead. He's looking quite comfortable compared to his teammates' current struggles. Another clean win here, and he's simply not letting his opponent breathe. He's just finding his form exactly like he did against Omnic earlier. Zeth gets the better of him from the ramp, cutting the lead down to 4. He's fighting to keep the match alive after those rough results earlier. Aster is cruising along now with a 10-7 lead. He is really digging deep into his reserves to mount this charge. Goodness, he barely escaped that one. Both players were shredded, but Aster managed to squeeze out the victory. Pure skill gap, as you'd expect from a player ranked in the top half. He just needs one more finish to put this whole thing to bed. The seed gap is really starting to show here. Zeth puts up a wall here, shutting down the momentum and keeping his hopes alive. A quick reset for Zeth to keep the dream alive. And that's it. Aster closes things out with a perfect finish to seal the victory. The gap in experience really showed on Mappas today. It's just an incredibly tough matchup for Zeth to wrap his head around. Omnic holds a decent 42% win rate on this map, which gives him a slight technical edge over his opponent. It's a good start for him since Zeth has been struggling with a 5-match losing streak. I wonder if this is the beginning of a longer slide for Zeth. Zeth keeps his cool, leading the series 2-1. Their head-to-head history is practically a coin flip. He completely controls the pace right now, shutting things down from the box. A fast reaction there to cut into the lead. The match is incredibly tight given how close they sit on the ladder. What a fight! Zeth barely hangs on through that exchange to secure a 2-round lead. That was a heart-stopping close call for the lead. Zeth moves a step ahead, leading 4-3. The two of them are almost identical in the rankings. Omnic has fought back to tie it up at 4-all. He is really pushing a hard line against the favorite right now. He just dismantles Zeth's advantage on the box to take a commanding 3-round run. Unreal, that was a total war of attrition and he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Zeth is fighting hard to flip the script on his recent results. Omnic is just one step ahead at 6-5. Both of these players are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly this is exactly the stalemate we expected from these two. Zeth is looking much better than his recent form, showing a lot of grit to stay level heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic pulls ahead for now, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. Zeth's been having a rough stretch lately, going 13-24 today. Zeth claws back, leaving us deadlocked at 7 apiece. The rivalry really lives up to that tight head-to-head record. These quick exchanges are making the match feel like a total blur, and Omnic is starting to build some real pressure here. Omnic has historically won about 42% of his encounters on this particular map, and honestly, that edge is starting to surface in this set. He's showing a far more stable approach than Zeth, who seems to be slipping into a bit of a slump. We'll see if Zeth can shake it off. Zeth is refusing to fold, putting up a strong response to keep this contest viable. He needed that fast response to stop the bleeding. Zeth is showing some real grit, putting together another huge play to keep the pressure on. The favoritism for him is starting to look justified here. A flawless finish to a tense exchange, and he's now completely neutralized the deficit. The momentum has shifted completely in this set. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 11. He's certainly playing like the favorite of this pairing. Omnic responds instantly to put everything back on even ground. This really feels like the fight for every single round. Another clean kill for Omnic, and he is now just a single round away from victory. He's playing with so much confidence now. Unbelievable! Zeth shuts the door on regulation, forcing a tie and pushing this match into overtime. A quick turnaround by Omnic to put himself right back in the driver's seat. It's getting incredibly difficult for the underdog to find a way through. Omnic makes quick work of him, picking him right off that box to stretch the gap. The odds really didn't account for this late surge. he just shreds through the opposition, picking Zeth right off that box for another huge round. Zeth refuses to let this match slip away, finding a way to keep the dream alive. He managed to stop those back-to-back losses just in time. What a finish! Omnic closes out the match to take the victory. He really stepped up in those final moments of overtime to secure the win. It's a huge result for him after that shaky start today. Hard-fought victory. Esther holds a commanding 284-100 lead in their all-time head-to-head history. It's definitely a mismatch on paper, especially given how often he's beaten Omnic recently. It'll be interesting to see if that dominance carries over for the rest of the match. Aster's quick as a flash, shutting that down immediately as Omnic tried to play the ramp. He's certainly showing why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, making it look a lot easier than the rankings would suggest. Omnic is just relentless, surging ahead with a 4-1 lead. It's a shocking shift in form from the usual outcome here. Aster finds his footing from the ramp, quickly narrowing the gap to 2-4. A quick shake-off for the favorite as he stops the slide. He's showing some real grit here, picking up another round to stay in the fight. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Omnic has a tough road today with a 15-20 record over the last 24 hours, but that poor run isn't deterring him from keeping this lead. It'll be a huge confidence boost if he can maintain this pace into the second half. Aster is showing great persistence here, taking Omnic right off the ramp to close the deficit to 2. A sharp response there to get the momentum shifting back. Omnic still has a solid 3-round cushion at 7-4. Just a huge contrast to how that match against Zeth went. Omnic takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the odds here. Aster has the experience on this map, but he's simply not finding the answers to stop this surge. Time for a complete reset. Omnic still in control with an 8-5 advantage. He is playing like someone who's definitely used to winning these.
Terrorists win.
What a display of speed. He barely broke a sweat getting that second straight win. He's on fire right now, securing 3 straight rounds to close this gap. The higher rated player is finally finding a way to push back. Another fast exchange from the ramp, and he secures the upper hand, slowing the momentum just as he was starting to peak. He's refusing to go away, digging in deep to bring the score to 8-9. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped out that early deficit to bring us that even at 9-9. Absolute perfection. He's completely seized control of this map now. He's really playing into the role of the favorite right now. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to pull this series even. Things have completely flipped on its head. A complete shutdown of the opponent, and Aster is now just one step closer to the finish line. They're just trading blows now, practically mirrored in their reaction time. Omnic secures another point from the window, and he's now just one step away from victory. What a finish! Omnic closes it out right here to take the series. He really fought through the nerves on that final push to secure a massive upset. What a game! Esther holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their previous encounters. I mean, it's a huge mountain to climb for Zed, especially with the rating gap we're seeing. Let's see if he can maintain this early lead. Absolutely effortless for Zeth, securing that win from the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's just untouchable right now, putting on a clinic from the ramp to open things up 4-0. Rarely do we see this much pressure put on a top 15 player. A crisp answer from Esther to finally put a mark on the board. He's already showing the difference in experience between these two. The resilience is starting to show as he secures another effortless round to bridge the gap. Esther has been incredibly consistent lately, maintaining an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It makes this current scoreline even more surprising given Zed's overall struggles today. We have to wonder if Zed can keep this momentum going long enough to secure the lead. He's making this look easy now, simply refusing to let Zeth regain his footing. Zeth is fighting hard to stay ahead of the favorite. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. Everything is wide open as we head toward the half. A total shutdown here, he's simply too fast, taking full control of the series. That's 4 in a row for the favorite. We go into the break with Esther leading 7-5. I mean, it's a pretty standard start for the higher ranked player. He's firmly in the driver's seat as expected, but Zeth definitely put up a fight in those middle rounds. Time for the flip. Zeth strikes back, narrowing it to a 1-round gap. He's really digging in against one of the top 15 seeds. Zeth is putting on a massive amount of pressure right now, leaving Esther completely stunned from the ramp. This is a shocking shift for a player ranked 34th. What a sharp response, completely untouchable, as he takes the lead back to 8-7. He's playing like a man who knows he belongs at the top. Absolute parity now as Zeth levels the playing field. Neither player is letting the other breathe today. What a scramble! He barely clutched that out, surviving by a single shred of health. He's really squeezing every bit of luck out of this game. He just completely shut that down, bringing us right back to a draw. It's become an absolute brawl between these two. He's putting on a serious display of grit, refusing to let Zeth reclaim the upper hand. He just completely clears him off the ramp to keep this surge alive. Zeth is really struggling to find a way to slow him down. Zeth claws one back from the ramp to keep this close. The pressure is really building as he refuses to go down quietly. We are looking at a complete deadlock now, with neither player wanting to blink first. He's staring down the favorite in a completely different light now. A seamless strike here, leaving him unscathed as soon as he peeked. Zeth is really fighting for his life in this series. Incredible, Aster completes the rally to take the whole match. Zeth really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. He really earned this one. What a fight! Omnic is coming in with a lot of confidence after a 16-13 victory against Zed in their previous match. The momentum is clearly shifting because Zed has struggled significantly with a 7-loss streak in his last few appearances. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script today. He is just too fast for the air guy right now, taking full control of the early map. Things are looking very different from the pre-match projections. A perfectly timed reaction there, and he's finally showing some fight. He's showing exactly why he walked into this as the favorite. Omnic is just dominating, leading the series 4-1. Zeth is refusing to go down quietly, showing a lot of grit to get this round. He's fighting to prove that favorite tag was earned. He's really digging in now, keeping his side of the map secure to bring this game closer. The gap between these two is closing fast. The head-to-head history between these two is a dead heat, with the series perfectly tied at 163 rounds each. It's a fascinating dynamic since Omnic seems to be the one currently capitalizing on that historical equality. He's definitely playing with a lot more composure right now. He's keeping the pressure on and refused to let that lead expand further. He's showing some of that early favorability right now. Unreal scrap there. He barely clings to life, securing another round in a frantic exchange. Pure survival instinct from the challenger right there. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, it's a total stalemate so far. Zef had a rough string of games coming in, but he's holding his own perfectly on this map. He's not letting up, putting on a show of real toughness to claim the lead. He is starting to look really comfortable in these exchanges. And just like that, Omnic and Zeth are deadlocked. It's a huge push for him considering his struggles throughout the day. Absolute lightning speed on that reaction, continuing the climb back into this series. Zef is just too stubborn to let this match slide, continuing his climb back into the game. A complete reversal of the early momentum we saw in this set. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another clean win to keep the pressure mounting. A complete shutout as he keeps his charge moving forward. Omnic is fighting to prove his rank belongs in the top tier. Goodness, what a scramble. He survives a grueling war of attrition with just a sliver of health left. That's an incredible way to secure another round. What a shot! Zed is just one step away from closing the door on this match. He digs deep to fight back in a chaotic trade, keeping himself in the game. He just needed a way back into the conversation. What a performance. He storms back to claim the series and secures the final win. He really needed this one after that brutal run of losses he's been on. Total redemption for the man. He had to work for that. A lightning fast start for Esther, coming out on top in a scramble for control of the ramp. Aster holds a commanding 284, 101 lead in their historical head-to-head matchups. But Omnic actually won their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence allows him to keep this early momentum going. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. Omnic just looks too sharp right now, taking full advantage of that ramp height to put more pressure on Aster. Aster just secures a massive piece of momentum by pulling Omnic right off that ramp. He's really putting that higher ladder ranking to use now. Aster takes the lead, putting Omnic in a hole. The difference in their all-time win percentages is staring us in the face. He manages to clear him off that ramp, extending the lead to 5-3. Absolute control from Aster, who just walked through another round without taking a single point of damage. The favorites are firmly back in the driver's seat. He's simply on another level right now, claiming 5 straight. A tough way to start for the rank 31 player. Aster completely takes over the ramp, securing his 6th straight victory to head into the break. A brutal way to wrap up the first half. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the switch, and honestly, he's playing exactly how we expected him to. That 7-round tier really buried Omnic early on. Omnic needs to find a spark. Aster has been completely lethal today, putting up a 26-9 record over the last day. It's essentially a huge contrast to Omnic, who has struggled to put together a decent run. We are seeing an absolute blowout here. Aster is simply dominating, now sitting comfortably at 10-5. That's another rapid exchange he manages to close out. He completely dismantles the defense from below, claiming a 3rd straight round for himself. The lower rated player is suddenly refusing to back down. He wins another duel from the ramp, moving closer to a finish. That 62% map win rate is starting to tell a story. These rounds are flying by. Omnic is reacting incredibly quickly to get himself back in the game. A rapid exchange of fire and Aster comes out on top, putting him 1 round away from victory. It's been a tough outing for the lower ranked player today. Unbelievable speed, Aster shuts everything down to close out the match in style. He really just reclaimed his spot as the king of this rivalry after a tough loss the last time they met. Aster comes in with a dominant head-to-head record, having won over 80% of their meetings. Zeth is definitely fighting an uphill battle here, given how consistently he's been outplayed in this rivalry. It will be interesting to see if he can force a different result today. He's completely locked in right now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight wins. That's a rough start for a player who's been on the losing end of his last few matches today. Unbelievable precision. Another clean sweep for the leader who's now firmly in control. He just can't find a way to answer back, extending the gap to 5-0. Zeth puts up a strong answer from the box to get back on the board. He needs this spark to shake off a tough 12-24 run today. Aster has been absolutely on fire today with a 27-9 record. It's no surprise he's finding so much success here. When you look at how effortlessly he's read this matchup, he's practically untouchable right now. Goodness! He barely survives that scramble, hanging on with just a sliver of health. The lower ranked player is refusing to just fold here. Aster is just suffocating him, pushing to 7-2 now. He is firmly established as the superior player in the rankings. Zeth claws back around to make it 7-3. He's definitely feeling more confident after that win against Omnic earlier. The momentum is swinging hard now. We're seeing a real shift in control as Zeth takes a 3-round lead. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the ranking suggested. Zeth is keeping it competitive for now, but he's still trailing the top seed. Let's see if Zeth finds another gear. Aster pulls ahead again, extending his lead to 8-5. Zeth was really starting to push back, but the skill gap is showing again. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. The number 14 seed is really asserting his control here. He's completely took over again, effectively shutting down Zeth's small burst of momentum. The disparity between them is becoming painfully clear. Both players were landing hits in a fierce exchange, but he managed to secure the kill. The difference in their overall win rates is showing tonight. A quick trade of shots there, but Zeth manages to secure this one. Zeth keeps this push alive by holding that high ground, securing another quick win from the box. Absolutely huge play to put him on the verge of victory. He's shutting down least of the resistance now. Zeth manages to clear him off the Tetris to stay in this. He's keeping himself in the game. A total shutdown on that one, and he manages to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. Unreal. He keeps this incredible run going, refusing to let the match slip away. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a picture-perfect shot to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the limit this time around, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Zed actually holds a narrow advantage in their head-to-head history, but he's struggling to find that same form today compared to his last meeting with Omnic. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim that control.
Terrorists win.
Zed has the momentum now, leading 2-1. Zed is really leaning into that favorite status early on. He's simply untouchable from that ramp, securing another win to take complete control. It feels like a replay of their last series together. A quick response from Omnic to keep things tight. The two are practically identical in their performance on this specific terrain. We're deadlocked at 3-all, totally wide open now. A tough start for Zed, who's already gone 12-25 in his matches today. Zed claws back the lead, sitting at 4-3. He's managed to keep the pressure high since that Italy showdown. Zed is definitely making the most of his recent experience, having barely escaped his last few sets. And he's proving that he has the mental edge in this specific matchup. He's simply not letting Omnic get back into the game right now.
Terrorists win.
The charge continues for Zed, who's now claimed 4 straight to separate himself in this series. Unreal. He somehow claws back from the brink to keep this streak alive. The lower rated player is simply playing beyond his rank right now. Zed takes a huge lead going into the break, putting up a 9-3 scoreline. I mean, we expected a tight contest, but he's just completely outplayed Omnic with that 6-round run. Time for a quick reset. Zed is absolutely dominating with a massive 10-3 lead. Zed is comfortably in the driver's seat here. Omnic finally strikes back to make it 4-10. He's desperate to avoid another straight set loss after that tough result against Aster. Omnic is finally putting on some pressure, making the most of that high ground to keep this run going. Zed is certainly feeling a bit more pressure now. Zed shuts that window quickly. He can't let the momentum shift back to Omnic right now. Really tough stretch for the number 31 seed lately. Omnic is fighting back and refuses to go down without a proper fight. He's showing more resilience now than in that recent defeat to Aster. The gap is closing fast. Omnic is really putting on a push to get this one back on level ground. A grit exchange there, but he manages to outlast his opponent to put himself on the verge of victory. Zed just barely held his ground there. A perfect encounter for Omnic, staying completely healthy to keep the series alive. A rare spot of trouble for the seed favorite. What a way to finish! Zed closes the door and secures the victory. He really fought his way back into the game, but that early momentum was just too much to overcome. Tough loss for Omnic. Astor really owns this head-to-head with a 74% victory rate over his opponent. That history is clearly weighing on Omnic after he already dropped the game to him earlier today. It will be tough to flip the script with that psychological baggage. Astor holds the lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's really trying to shed that heavy load of losses from earlier today. Unreal! He barely scrapes through that exchange, hanging onto a tiny sliver of health to seal the victory. He's been incredibly consistent in his last few outings today. Astor's firmly in control at 3-2 as we reset. He's looking for his first win of the day so far. Astor's just dominating, pushing the lead to 4-2. The skill difference is starting to surface here. Astor is sitting on a very impressive 26-9 record over the last day. That high level of performance is a stark contrast to how Omnic has been struggling lately. He'll need to find some answers quickly to keep this competitive. He's just untouchable right now, shutting everything down with a 4th straight victory. Just simply too fast for him. He's totally taking over this map. This really feels like a mirror of their previous encounter today. He's just outclassing everything right now, putting up a massive 6-round run. The gap in their current ratings is glaringly obvious. Astor holds a huge 10-2 lead heading into the break. Well, the outcome is going exactly as predicted. He's simply too strong for Omnic right now and looks completely relaxed. Let's see if Omnic finds his rhythm. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Astor is ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. His 14th seed status is showing in this performance. Omnic manages to snag another one, but he's still staring up a mountain to climb from here. Absolute precision. He wins that duel on the ramp and is now just 1 round away from the victory. That was a brutal scramble, but Omnic manages to outlast him in a desperate firefight. Just enough clutch factor to keep the dream alive. He just keeps fighting back, securing another win to delay the inevitable. The momentum has completely shifted in this stretch. He's absolutely on fire, securing another flawless victory to keep this rally going. Game over! Astor closes it out with an incredible display of speed to seal the match. He's just completely in control today, making a really tough day at the office for the opposition. Esther comes into this with an incredible head-to-head record of 215-54 against Zeth. And seeing as Zeth struggled to close out their last encounter, the psychological pressure is clearly on his side. It will be a tough climb for the underdog tonight. He is simply too fast right now, claiming another round for a perfect start. Zeth has really struggled to keep up in his last few series. He is just untouchable right now, making this a complete shutout. It's a rough day so far for the number 32 seed. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life, but that marks another point for the leader. The momentum shift from their last map is stark. Just a total blowout. Aster is completely outclassing him right now. He's really showing the gap in rating between the two. Zeth finally puts one on the board with a rapid reaction. Aster has maintained a steady 65% win rate on this map throughout his career. It's a huge advantage that is pairing perfectly with his current form. Zeth is just struggling to find any consistent answers against him. Aster is dominating, leading the tally 8-2. Zeth is starting to push back, claiming a pair of rapid rounds to tighten things up. We head into the break with Aster leading 9-3. Well, he is really putting on a show, and this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. That 6-round streak essentially broke Zeth's confidence early on. Let's see if Zeth can bounce back. Zeth manages to close the gap slightly at 9-4. It's interesting to see him put up a fight given his struggle today. Aster strikes again, extending his lead to 10-4. The gap in experience is showing through in these exchanges. Aster is just too consistent. Zeth can't seem to find any breathing room right now. The higher seed is really asserting his control over the server. Zeth is showing some resilience, trading blows with the top seed in these most recent encounters. Zeth is putting up a fight, but the hill he has to climb is still incredibly steep. He is completely on fire, taking a third straight round with a perfectly timed shot. And Aster is almost there, putting his opponent on the ropes again. He is playing with way too much confidence right now. And there it is, a flawless finish to close out the series in favor of Aster. He's really continuing this incredible run of form today, making that look like a total walk in the park. Zeth currently holds a slim 165 to 163 advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that psychological edge is showing early. He's already beaten Omnic in their most recent matchup, so he enters this contest with a lot of confidence. Zeth is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He seems to be shaking off that loss to Aster quite well. Zeth is just too quick right now, really putting the pace on this match. Zeth is certainly making the most of his early lead. A total shutout, he's completely taken over this map now. Rough start for a player who's already struggled today. A crisp shot from Omnic to keep this challenge alive. A timely response from the underdog here. And he's doing it again, refusing to let the lead get out of hand. He's proving to be a lot more stubborn than the oddsmakers expected. Unbelievable, he's completely flipped the script to bring us dead even. The momentum has completely shifted from how this started. Simply untouchable right now. He has completely seized control of this series. The pressure is definitely mounting on the early favorite. Zeth secures a powerful exchange from the ramp to knot things up at 5-0. They're essentially locked in a dead heat on the ladder. What a scrap! Zeth barely walks away from that chaotic exchange, regaining the lead as we head into the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly as expected. Both of these players are incredibly evenly matched, and it's going to take a huge effort from Omnic to bridge that gap. Let's see if Omnic can surge. What a fight! Zeth scrapes through a brutal exchange from the ramp, barely clinging to life. He's really walking a tightrope with these low health finishes. Both players were bleeding out in that exchange, but Omnic showed great grit to secure the win. Zeth is still playing like the man to beat here. Omnic has a disappointing 14-21 record across his matches today. He's really struggling to put together a consistent string of rounds now that Zed has stretched this lead back out. It feels like Omnic is just fighting a losing battle.
Terrorists win.
Wow, a complete war of attrition. Zef barely survives that scramble to push his lead to 10. Insane. Zef barely survives a chaotic firefight from the ramp to secure the round. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to close these out.
Counter-terrorist
Absolutely ruthless. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now to reach match point. What a dominant closing statement. Zeth shuts the door completely to take the victory. He's just far too consistent today, really hammering home that head-to-head advantage he's built over Omnic. Aster shuts him down quickly, taking control of the ramp right out of the gate. Aster has won a huge 74% of their career head-to-head meetings. It's a staggering gap in historical consistency. The question is whether Omnic can actually find a way to flip the script today.
Terrorists win.
Aster holds the ramp well and manages to get the lead back to an even split. The 13th seed is starting to flex his weight here.
Terrorists win.
Omnic pushes ahead 3-2 and looks dangerous right now. He's really defying the odds with a strong start. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, keeping his hold on the ramp to extend this lead. A completely different result than their previous meeting today.
Terrorists win.
Omnic picks him right off the ramp to keep this hot streak rolling. An unexpected turn of events for the 34th ranked player today. A clean shot from Aster to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing by 2 right now. He's refusing to go away, digging in and bringing this game right back to a deadlock. The gap in their rankings is practically disappearing by the minute. Omnic is playing some fearless CS right now, denying that ramp hold to stay on top. His recent match history suggests this is a huge turnaround. Aster just deleted him from that ramp, refusing to let Omnic pull away as we head toward the break. That was a lightning quick exchange. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead. Well, this is way different than the match history suggested. He is outplaying the favorite right now and could genuinely pull off a huge shock here. Time to switch it up. Omnic has had a pretty rough day so far with a record of 14-22. It's making this current run a total anomaly compared to his other games today. He's essentially playing the role of the spoiler in the most unexpected way. Aster looks incredibly composed, quickly closing the gap to just 1 round. The higher seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable now. Omnic is simply too fast today, shutting Aster down right there on the ramp to keep his lead. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's truly rewriting the script against all the historical evidence. That's a total shutdown and a 3rd consecutive round in the bag for him. This is just a freak show compared to how he's been playing. He simply refuses to let up, moving a single round away from the victory. Hard to imagine this scenario before the match began. Aster manages to pick him off the ramp, extending the struggle just a bit longer. He needs to keep this pace up if he wants a comeback. Another huge play from the wall as he extends this run to 2. The favorite is finally starting to claw back into this match. What a wild exchange, but he lapped the opposition and keeps this streak alive. His recent form has been shaky, but the skill gap is clearly showing. What a finish! Omnic closes it out and secures the series. He really just shocked the world with that performance, completely ignoring the odds. What a fight! Aster has an incredible head-to-head record of 216 wins over Zeth. It's no surprise he's comfortably in control of the early momentum today. I wonder if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that pattern before the gap widens. Absolute perfection from Aster, who is simply refusing to let his opponent back into this match. He's just untouchable right now, moving to a commanding 4-0 lead. Another quick reaction, picking the other man right off the box. He's playing like the heavier favorite right now. Zeth finally gets around on the board and puts a halt to that slide. He's playing a bit better now than he did in their last meeting. Aster has spent a lot of time at the top today with a 25-10 record. Well, he's clearly feeling the pressure now that Zeth has clawed back 2 straight rounds. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain his composure before he slides any further. Aster secures a tidy win here, extending his lead to 6-3. Just a glimpse of that typical gap we see between these two. A sharp response from Zeth, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's proving he can trade blows with the top end of the league. Zeth refuses to buckle and secures another win to keep this series tight. The underdog is starting to flip the script on this match. We're tied 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly, it's a huge surprise to see this result. Aster looked likely to run away with it after that early run, but Zeth is fighting back hard. Time to see who blinks first. Unreal, Zeth barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to take the lead. Absolute nerves of steel to clutch that out with almost nothing left. Aster answers back, and we are deadlocked at 7-all. Zeth is putting on a clinic in efficiency, simply outclassing his opponent in that exchange. Total deadlock now, both players sitting on 8. Another smooth win for Zeth, who is continuing to close the distance on the leaderboard. The momentum is shifting, just as we saw in his clash with Kale. He's simply too strong from the box, continuing his impressive climb back into the match. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Zeth now holds a narrow 10-9 edge here. His experience in these long sets is starting to show. Aster levels the playing field, bringing us to a 10-10 stalemate. He's just refusing to break, taking a very clean victory to move his step closer to the win. Zeth looks incredibly composed as we enter the closing stretch. Zeth is in complete control now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has definitely swung in favor of the underdog. What a way to close it out. Zeth secures the victory to complete an incredible run. Just an unbelievable result. To pull that off against someone who's dominated the history of this matchup is simply wild. He really earned that victory. What a fight. Zeth is coming into this with the clear advantage, especially since he took the most recent meeting between these two 13-7, and it seems like he's carrying that confidence into the start of this series. We'll see if Omnic can actually find an answer to that. Omnic has flipped the script, leading 2-1. He's really trying to shake off that low ranking early on. He simply refuses to let up, dropping Zeth right off the ramp to take full control. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to find himself in. He's just not stopping, securing another win to put the pressure entirely on Zeth. It's a complete flip from how these two usually trade blows. Zeth answers back with a clean shot, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's showing why he was the projected winner heading into this. The grit is showing now as he claws back another one, keeping himself within striking distance. The experience gap is starting to show in these exchanges. Unreal, he survives by a hair and manages to tie this series up. A scramble for the finish here, but Omnic manages to secure the edge. Zeth has been playing a lot of games today, so fatigue might be a factor. Omnic is really starting to build some heat, easily picking Zeth off that ramp to extend the lead. The higher ranked man is staring down a dangerous exit. He's on absolute fire, shutting down the opponent from the ramp to reach a 3-round streak. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely proving he can handle the map. Despite Zeth's better historical stats here, it's a close one, but the momentum is leaning toward the underdog right now. Let's see who adjusts better. Omnic currently has a 15-20 record over the last day, and that high volume of matches seems to be helping him outpace Zeth right now. He's completely disregarding the historical odds of this series. Omnic is just cruising now, pulling ahead 9-5. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of a tough afternoon. Zeth strikes back to bring the tally to 9-6. He's really fighting to get back to that 50% head-to-head mark. He keeps the momentum moving in his favor, extending this run to a pair of wins. He's completely rewritten the script, winning another one right from the ramp. He's really starting to look like the favorite again. Omnic puts a stop to that run and regains a 2-round lead. A crucial moment for the player sitting at 33rd in the rankings. Omnic is really stepping up, refusing to let Zeth find any traction in the second half. The gap in their ratings is practically non-existent at this point. Zeth is refusing to go away, shutting that door quickly to stay in the game. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stop the bleeding. What a scramble! Both players were nearly gone, but Omnic barely manages to pull through for the victory. Zeth is digging deep here, surviving a brutal brawl on the ramp to stave off the end. Neither of them is giving an inch in these exchanges. What a way to close it out! Omnic shuts the door completely to take home the victory. He really stepped up to the plate today and proved he can handle this map against a tough opponent. Zeth will be gutted after fighting so hard to get back in. Hard-fought win. Emotion mid Aster really owns the historical edge here with a 74% win rate over Omnic. And those numbers should be weighing heavy on the challenger given how poorly he usually performs on this specific map. Let's see if Omnic can shake that ghost emotion mid. Aster's on a roll now with a commanding 2-0 lead. The ranking gap is definitely showing early in this set. Omnic claws back to make it a tight 2-1. He looks much more comfortable than in their previous match today. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence right now. That's a mirror image of their last fight on Fast Aim. A totally effortless kill to keep that streak alive for the challenger. The 31 rank in our rating is really playing out of his mind. Absolute perfection from him. That's another straight round, putting him firmly in control. Aster finally finds his mark to close the gap. Hard to ignore that the higher rated player is finally waking up. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes by that trade to bring us level. His heart must be racing after a finish like that. Omnic holds a slim lead as we hit round 9. It's been a tough stretch for him lately, dropping 2 straight on the ladder today. Omnic has already secured 2 wins in a row today against Aster. It's a surprising turn of events since he's normally the heavy underdog in this particular rivalry. The real question now is if he can maintain this pace into the second half. Omnic holds a surprising 8-4 advantage going into the break, and honestly, it's a complete reversal of everything we expected from this pair. The underdog has basically ignored the history and put Aster on the ropes. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Omnic is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. He's really making a statement today after that tough 24-11 run. Omnic is just dominating the pace at 9-5. It's a tough spot for the veteran to be in right now. Emotion mid Aster is finally putting some pressure back on the map, making this a 3-round swing for the favorite Emotion mid. He's completely rewritten the script, storming back with 3 straight to close the gap. The momentum is swinging back to the man the odds originally favored. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking his 4 straight to put a huge dent in that lead. Total chaos now as the lead practically evaporates. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit, leveling the score at 9-9 after an incredible run. Just a complete shutdown as he pushes his current run to 6 straight. The momentum gap has completely flipped since we started. A fast response from Omnic to keep the score deadlocked. The gap in their overall win rates is huge, but the score is dead even. A perfect shot from the veteran, moving him just 1 step closer to a complete turnaround. The veteran is really starting to exert his will over this series. We are seeing a complete stalemate here. Both players are trading rounds and refuse to let the other break away. A crushing blow for the favorite. Omnic puts himself just 1 step away from the finish line. What a response. He shuts the door on that threat and pushes this whole ordeal into overtime. Both players have a completely clean slate now. A pure shot to finish it off, putting an end to the struggle with a complete display of grit. The pressure is just too much for the challenger right now. He is absolutely on fire, taking a 3rd straight to push the lead to 14-12. Unbelievable. He keeps this momentum rolling with another flawless exchange to put himself on match point. The control here is just absolute. A huge stop from Omnic right when the pressure is at its peak. A much needed breath of air for the challenger. That's a huge level of resilience from the underdog. He refuses to let this lead slip, grinding back a second straight round to keep the hope alive. What an incredible time to be an underdog in this series. And there it is, Aster closes the deal and completes an incredible comeback victory. He really had to dig deep for that one after how dominant the challenger looked midway through. He just refused to let that lead stay with Omnic. He had to earn every inch of that victory. What a battle. Aster enters this one with a massive head-to-head advantage, owning roughly 80% of their career meetings. Well, they are looking to put that history on full display today. The question is if Zed can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Aster is cruising right now with that 2-0 lead. The gap in their ratings is showing early on. Zed fights back and brings it to 2-1. Zeth is certainly keeping the pressure on after his recent victory on Dunes. Aster is starting to build some serious momentum here. We're seeing those early rounds slip away from Zeth. He's a seasoned vet with over 1,000 matches in the books. Aster is really dominating the pace at 4-1. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped. That's a 3-round tier for the leader. He is showing exactly why he sits at 14 on the ladder. Zeth reacts quickly to snap the run, putting up another fight. He's definitely looking to replicate that 13-7 win he had over Aster here. Aster catches him right as Zeth pushes out from the ramp, really starting to separate himself here. Aster just keeps tightening the noose, using that ramp advantage to completely shut Zeth down. looking far more cohesive than his recent struggle against Omni. Zef has been really leaning into a rough day, coming in with a 14-22 record over the last 24 hours. It's impressive to see him maintain his composure given that slump. He's clearly not letting the pressure get to him today.
Counter-terrorists win.
Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the switch, and honestly, the favorite is playing exactly how the analysts predicted. He has the skill edge here, and it's looking like he'll wrap this up quickly. Zef needs a huge spark here. Aster is practically untouchable now, extending his lead to 10-3. His high tier rating is really proving to be the difference here. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Aster is simply too fast for him right now. The skill difference really shows up in a blowout like this. Zef just needs a few more rounds like that to keep this game interesting. Zef is fighting hard to close this gap. Another flawless exchange for Aster, who is now just one round away from ending the series. Just total control from the higher seed today. And that's it. He shuts the door on the series with a final, precise burst. He really just asserted his authority here, making it look like the first encounter today never even happened. Zeth currently leads their all-time rivalry by a tiny margin of 2 rounds. It makes sense that this particular series feels like a coin flip. We'll see if he can push that gap wider today. Omnic takes a commanding 2-1 lead heading into round 4. The ladder gap between these two is basically non-existent. Zeth just completely shut him down on the ramp to claw back into this. He's really fighting for his life after those tough losses to Aster. Zeth is really starting to shift the momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic after that play on the ramp. Unbelievable. Omnic survives a total slugfest and manages to pick Zeth off the ramp to even things up. A total toss-up considering how close their ratings are. Omnic's now holding a thin 1-round lead over Zeth. He's definitely looking a bit shaky after that tough run of games today. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece as they reset. The slight favorite has finally found a way to steady the ship. Zeth is really capitalizing on his momentum right now, putting Omnic on the defensive. They're both just fighting for every single inch of space on that ramp right now. Neither player has really looked comfortable in their recent outings today. Zeth claws back ahead with a slim 6-5 lead. That was lightning fast, practically a blink. We're locked at 6 apiece. I mean, this is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Neither player is giving an inch, and they're mirroring each other perfectly so far. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic edges back in front with a tight 7-6 lead. He's definitely looking a bit more comfortable after those tough sets against Aster. Omnic is really turning the tide with a 15-20 record in his last few series. It's a bit of a swing given how often these two end up in deep battles. If he keeps this momentum, he'll easily erase Zeth's slight historic advantage. Omnic pulls further away, now sitting comfortably at 9. He's certainly justifying that ranking advantage right now. It's becoming a real game of tug of war here. Neither of these guys is letting the other build any serious momentum. Zeth is on a roll right now, securing another win from the ramp to keep this series completely level. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to secure a 3rd straight win. The favorite is definitely starting to seize control here. He just clears the window with ease, continuing this hot streak. Just sheer speed in that final exchange. Zeth is absolutely unstoppable right now, bringing the total to 5 straight. Zeth is putting on a clinic in the second half. Omnic refuses to go down easy, showing a lot of heart to stop the run here. Another big play from Omnic to keep this series alive, finally shutting down the momentum in a huge way. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find a way to close that gap at the end. Tough loss for Omnic. Aster holds a massive 74% win rate in the head-to-head a bit later in the match. It's a historical dominance that's playing into his hands today. We'll see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that pattern.
Counter-terrorists win.
Omnic is hanging on, trailing 2-1 against Aster. He's fighting an uphill battle, given that rating gap. Omnic is definitely feeling good right now, taking a lead as he strings together these quick rounds. A surprisingly strong showing from the lower rated man so far. Aster clinches a narrow lead, putting him up 3-2. He's really putting that 14 ranking on display. Everything is back on the line at 3-3. Omnic is showing a lot more confidence than his overall win rate suggests. Omnic is really putting a lot of pressure on Aster right now with the way he's closing these rounds out. We're deadlocked at 4-4 and the tension is rising. It is exactly as we expected, with the favorite asserting control. Omnic just nudged ahead, grabbing a slim 5-4 lead. Quite a turnaround after that close encounter on Orange earlier today. Neither side can really pull away from the other. We're seeing a real back and forth exchange here. Aster claws back in front, holding a 6-5 edge. He's really putting that experience against Omnic to work right now. We're headed into the break with everything tied at 6-6. I mean, Omnic is keeping pace way better than those rankings suggested. This is turning into a real grind for both of them. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Aster just barely pulls ahead to make it 7-6. He certainly played his part in that combined 25-10 round today. Omnic answers back perfectly to level things at 7-7. These encounters are happening in the blink of an eye now. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Total chaos now. Aster and Omnic are locked at 8. Hoping to flip the script after those rough losses earlier today. Aster regains the upper hand, moving one ahead at 9-8. A very tough day for Omnic with that 15-21 record. It's a complete coin flip right now, with neither player able to sustain a lead for more than a single round. Aster just edged ahead again, clutching a 10-9 lead. The raw skill gap is starting to feel very real. Aster has the wind in his sails now, and a 2-round cushion is a dangerous place for Omnic to be. Omnic is refusing to go away, stepping up to ensure this match stays competitive. A pristine shot to bring Aster back into control, and now he is just one step away from victory. A sharp response from Omnic to keep himself in this contest. What a finish! Aster closes it out to secure the victory. Omnic played out of his mind there, really pushing the favorite to the absolute limit on dunes. What a fight! Aster is coming in with an incredibly strong lead, having won 80% of their all-time head-to-heads. So yeah, it's not surprising to see him start fast after that last convincing victory over Zeth. We have to see if Zeth can actually close the gap today.
Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead.
Zeth needs to step up if he wants to flip the script. These rounds are flying by and Zeth just can't seem to find a way to hold his own. He's continuing to build on that massive 26-9 run from today. Aster is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He just keeps this momentum going, extending his run to 3 consecutive rounds. The gap in skill level is really starting to show. A fast response from Zeth to finally hold that momentum. Zeth puts on a clinic from the wine, continuing this climb back into the game. The underdog is finally showing some teeth here. Zeth just can't be stopped right now, wiping the floor with Aster to bring the score to 5-4. Unbelievable turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Aster quickly regains the lead just before the side switch. Zeth definitely had a rougher run of things today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, we're seeing the expected outcome. Though Zeth is definitely putting up a fight, Aster just needs to maintain his poise to secure this series. Fresh start for both guys. Aster is really asserting himself here, having won 80% of their all-time encounters. It makes total sense that we're seeing this level of consistency. He is simply playing a different game than Zeth right now. Aster just couldn't be shaken from that wine spot, and now he's really putting the pressure on. He looks a lot more comfortable than Zeth did in their last set. Aster's pulling away again and now leads 9-6. He's desperately fighting against a massive career deficit. Absolutely wild exchange. He barely clings to life, walking away from that brawl with just a sliver of health. Insane composure to come out on top of a fight like that. Aster's flexing a 3-round cushion as we hit 10-7. The rank 31 player is fighting back here. Zeth just can't find any breathing room. Aster is tightening his grip on this whole match. He's definitely showing why he's ranked in the top 15 right now. Zeth is refusing to just roll over here, showing some real persistence against the top seed. That was an effortless pick by Zeth, and he's now found 2 in a row. The confidence is shifting rapidly toward the challenger. Zeth simply refuses to let go, picking Aster right off the wine to keep this surge going. A total shutdown of that defensive position. He shuts down the comeback attempt with a tough fight from the wine, reaching match point. That was an incredibly fast shutdown of the momentum. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect round to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the brink there, nearly forcing a tiebreaker after that incredible mid-game run. What a fight! Zeth looks very comfortable with that early height advantage, securing the opening point with a clean shot from the ramp. Zeth currently holds the edge in their all-time head-to-head history. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this server after winning their last encounter. Omnic will need to shake off his recent slide quickly if he wants to keep pace. We're all squared up now as Omnic claws back. Really surprising form given his recent struggles against Esther. The pace is absolutely flying right now. That last round was over in a blink. He's definitely playing like the favorite here. Both Omnic and Zeth are locked in a dead heat. It's quite a contrast to his recent 14-21 run today. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely escapes with his life to take a 4-3 lead. He's really leaning into those high-pressure survival moments. Zeth is really capitalizing on that historical advantage here as he holds a 42% win rate on this specific map. And honestly, that's a significant gap compared to what we're seeing from Omnic. He's firmly in control of the tempo now. He's on a tear now, securing his 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. He secures another easy one from the ramp, extending his streak to 5. He's proving to be the much more consistent force in this pairing. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a close battle, but he's just outclassing Omnic right now. That 6-round streak puts him in a great position to close this out early. Zeth is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-4. His rank isn't far behind, but he's still fighting a mountain of a deficit. Zeth stays out of reach with a commanding 9-5 lead. The momentum shift is starting to feel real here. Zeth is making it look effortless, continuing to distance himself as he refuses to let the game slip. Omnic shows some serious grit here, pulling off a great play to take Zeth down from the ramp. He's certainly fighting against the current as a lower rated player in this set. Zeth is just too steady right now, keeping a firm grip on this series. Zeth really needs a clean win to cap off his day. Omnic manages to outplay him from the ground, proving he can still trade blows with the leader. The rank difference is a thin one, but the pressure is mounting. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to go quietly as he closes the gap. He's really fighting for a brutal run of results today. Zeth shuts the door on the comeback attempt, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Just a clinical stop to halt any further hope. Unreal, Zeth cleans up the final exchange to seal the victory. He's really taken a liking to the arena today, just totally outmatching his opponent in every exchange. Esther starts us off strong by taking a quick peek and winning it from the ramp. Omnic answers back immediately, showing he isn't intimidated by the odds today. Omnic is really fighting the odds right now. Esther enters this match with a massive historical lead over his opponent. We're seeing a bit of a mismatch in the ratings, so he'll be looking to shake off this early trouble quickly. We've got a deadlock at 2 apiece between them. Still waiting to see if those 26 wins they translate to total control. Omnic takes the lead and puts Esther on the ropes. A tough afternoon for him, having lost his last 3 games. Esther is just too quick on that ramp. He's refusing to let Omnic get any real momentum going. Omnic's recent struggles are starting to show through. Omnic holds a slim 4-3 lead as we head back. This has been a rough stretch for him, going 14-22 today. A total stalemate now with both players tied up. He's really looking to reclaim his dominance here. Omnic is keeping things incredibly close, refusing to let the higher ranked player pull away. The underdogs are really putting up a fight today. Omnic is putting together a surprising run despite having a total win rate of only 33% across his career. Well, he's completely ignoring the historical trend right now. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up through the end of the set. Omnic takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Aster was expected to breeze through this one. It's a huge shift in momentum after that 4-round streak from the underdog. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Aster finally closed one back, trailing 5-8 now. He's definitely leaning on that 80% win rate over his last 10 games. Omnic is just cruising along with a 9-5 cushion. The gap between the rankings is barely showing in this set. Aster is fighting back and trimming the lead. He's not letting Omnic just walk away with this. Looking back, his career success against this opponent is massive. He's showing some real grit here, putting together another win to keep this charge going. The pressure is definitely mounting for Omnic now. He's just unstoppable right now, strolling into this round without taking a single point of damage. He is finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic manages to shut down that momentum and reclaim the lead. He's really putting those historical numbers to the test. Another fast shot from Aster to keep his hopes alive. Just a sheer display of speed on that last exchange. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Total chaos as this one swings back into a deadlock. He's just not letting up, taking full control of the series with that one. Pure aggression from the top seed right now. He is just on fire right now, putting himself in position to close out the game next round. His superior ranking is finally manifesting in a big way. What a finish. After falling behind early, he storms back to close this out. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but that second half surge proved too much to handle. He had to earn every single point today. Hard fought win. Aster holds a massive head-to-head lead with a total of 218 wins over Zeth. I mean, it's a history of total dominance. We're seeing that pattern repeat today as Aster starts strong. Zeth really needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Zeth is fighting back, but Aster still leads 2-1. Zeth had a moment there, but Aster is quickly asserting himself again. He's putting that higher ranking into practice right now. That was an intense exchange, but he comes out on top to secure a third straight round. Aster is really putting that ranking advantage on display right now. Zeth answers back with a clean strike, refusing to let the lead slip further away. He's proving he can hang with the favorite today. Aster has been in exceptional form lately, entering this set on a 5-win streak. It's clearly providing a lot of confidence as he maintains control here. He's just not letting Zeth get any breathing room. He's staying tenacious and continues to chip away at that gap. It's good to see the underdog showing this kind of resilience. Aster is really pulling away, commanding a 6-3 lead. His recent 27-9 run today is showing in his gameplay. A wildfire fight there, but he manages to outlast his opponent and keep the comeback going. Zeth is keeping this surprisingly close. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. A tough spot for Zeth given his recent 14-22 run today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly how the experts predicted. Zeth is keeping it a bit closer than the map stats suggested, but the top seed is still firmly in control. Time to see how they adjust. Aster extends the gap to 8-5 with total precision. Zeth hasn't managed to take a single map off him in their last 5 minutes. Zeth is refusing to go away, putting an end to that run with a completely untouched kill. That was a ridiculously fast exchange. Aster is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-6. His overall win rate is nearly double that of his opponent. Aster is just cruising now, hitting double digits at 10-6. Zeth simply cannot find the answer to him today. Zeth is really digging in here, refusing to let this map slide away easily. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill battle here. What a result! He just completely shut down Aster's rhythm with another flawless sequence. He's looking far more comfortable now as the pressure mounts. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Aster barely walks away with his life, securing a vital victory. That was a scramble, but he squeezed through with just enough health. He just completely shuts the door on that rally and puts himself one round away from victory. He's looking every bit the top-seeded player right now. Game over! Aster secures the final point with an absolute stunner of a shot to close it out. Zeth really put up a fight today, but he just can't find any answers for that guy's consistency. Omnic really needs this win because he's coming off a tough 5-game skid, and honestly, taking this early lead is a big step in the right direction. He's looking to shake off a rough patch and prove he can still compete at this level. Zeth is staring down a commanding 2-1 lead. Zeth is playing as expected for the favorite here. Omnic just shut that down, clearing Zeth right off the box to tie things back up. His historical edge here seems to be playing a part. Zeth just secures another high spot and uses it well to keep the pressure on. He's showing exactly why the rating puts him slightly ahead on the ladder. We're all square at 3 apiece for both players. He's fighting through an incredibly tough stretch in the rankings lately. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, putting Omnic on the defensive. Zeth is definitely looking for another result, like that 13-8 win in their last meeting. Zeth is holding on to a narrow lead in their overall head-to-head history, where he's won about 51% of their encounters, and that familiarity seems to be paying off as he comfortably manages this lead. It'll be tough for Omnic to overturn that psychological advantage. And we're deadlocked at 5 each. Complete chaos now. A surprising turnaround for the lower ranked player. He's simply on fire right now, taking a commanding grip on the game. His 20% success rate in recent games is starting to climb. We're sitting at 6-6 heading into the break, and it's just a flat-out battle. You know, neither player is giving an inch, which fits perfectly with how close we expected this to be. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth edges forward, holding a slim 7-6 advantage. This is playing out like their most recent 13-8 duel. Omnic claws back, and we are tied up at 7. Absolutely locked in now, just keeping pace with every single push. Omnic has all the momentum now, putting his opponent on his heels with a quick succession of rounds. He's completely in control now, taking a 2-round lead with a perfectly clean shot. Hard to believe the underdog is taking a grip like this. He is simply unstoppable right now, pushing his lead to 10. Hard to believe the lower ranked player is this dominant. A huge shift in energy as Zeth secures the kill from the box, starting a climb back into this match. That was a much cleaner response to stop the bleed. Zeth is refusing to back down, mirroring that response to close the gap even further. He's simply refusing to let up, bringing everything back to a dead heat. The pressure is reaching a boiling point for both players now. Unbelievable. He just keeps rolling, taking a commanding lead with that 4th consecutive victory. Another, a prompt response here, and they're back to a dead heat at 11-all. What a recovery for Zeth, putting himself 1 round away from victory. He's really stepping up to match that top-tier positioning. What a shot! Omnic knocks Zeth right off that box to force a deadlock. Total deadlock now, a complete stalemate as we head into the finale. Pure adrenaline right now. Omnic is simply refusing to crack under the pressure as he pushes his advantage further. He's really flipping the script after a brutal 5-game slide. Zeth is showing incredible grit, shutting everything down to keep this overtime thriller perfectly level. Omnic is really making things difficult for Zeth here, finding an opening to claw his way ahead. A huge result considering the rank gap between these two. He has the hammer now, moving to a 15-13 lead after an intense exchange. He's simply not letting the pressure get to him right now. Absolutely incredible. He survives a brutal trade to secure the final kill and close out the match. He just couldn't let that overtime slip away, finally getting his revenge for that last head-to-head blowout. What a fight. Esther holds a massive head-to-head lead with 289 wins over Omnic. It's a total mismatch historically, but Omnic is clearly fighting to change that narrative today. It'll be interesting to see if the underdog can actually shake the trend. Esther is cruising right now, leading 2-1. The top 13 ranking is definitely showing through right now. He's simply untouchable right now, putting together a 3-round burst to seize control. Omnic answers back with a very clean response to keep things tight. Astra's firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. A really strong run of form lately for this guy. What a brawl. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to keep this game within reach. Esther has been on a tear recently, going 26-9 over the last day. It's really showing in how he's managing the pace here. I wonder if Omnic has any response left to prevent a total slide. Omnic is hanging tough, trailing by just 1. He's really digging deep for these rounds tonight. We are all square now, a dead heat at 5 apiece. The lower seeded competitor is absolutely refusing to blink. Astar manages to trade those rounds back and keeps a slim grip on the series. He's really trying to keep this from becoming a total blowout. We head into the break, locked up at 6-all. I mean, Astar is still the favorite here, and it's just surprising to see how closely Omnic is playing it. He's definitely punching above his weight tonight. Let's see who takes the lead now. Aster takes a narrow 7-6 lead after that flurry. The higher rated man is looking far more comfortable now. Omnic forces the tie at 7-all. Omnic is really fighting the odds on this one. Omnic is putting on a real clinic in speed right now, snatching that round in half a second. He's completely taken over the server, extending this streak to 3 straight. This is a complete reversal from the usual script for these two.
Counter-terrorists win.
He is on a complete tear now, securing his 4th straight win to move to 10. Another clean shot for Omnic to keep the steam rolling. A complete reversal of their usual map performance. He's completely shifted the tide of this game, moving to a towering 5-round lead. He finally breaks through, fighting off a tough exchange to keep his hopes alive. Hard to believe the gap in their overall career records right now. Unbelievable! Omnic manages to outlast his opponent and closes the door on the entire series. A massive statement victory right there, proving that those career stats don't mean a thing once the server goes live. Aster holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 80% of their lifetime encounters. It's a gap that usually defines this matchup, and Zeth is feeling that pressure early on. We'll see if Zeth can actually find a way to shake his streak. Zeth just leveled the playing field at 1 apiece. A quick response from the lower ranked player here. Aster is just too fast today, shutting Zeth down even with the ramp advantage. The skill difference is showing as he settles in. Aster pulls away further, leading the count 3-1. The lower rank is really struggling to put up a fight. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's just refusing to let go of the throttle. Zeth is refusing to back down, putting up a strong response to close the gap. Zeth is proving he belongs in this bracket today. Zeth secures the double with a clean shot from the ramp, cutting the lead to 1. The confidence is surging for the underdog right now. Aster has managed a positive 25-10 record over the last day. That consistent form explains why he's comfortably absorbing these pushes from Zeth. He simply isn't letting the underdog build any real momentum. The comeback attempt is over as Aster takes total control of the pace again. He's firmly in control, asserting his status as the top seed here. Absolute purity from the ramp as he claims another round, putting a stranglehold on the game. This looks like a complete repeat of their last meeting. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected he would. That 4-round run really defined the opening half of this duel. Zeth needs some quick answers here. Zeth is keeping the pressure high, putting up a fighting response from the ramp. Despite the rankings gap, he is refusing to be intimidated. Aster is just a step ahead of everyone right now, shutting Zeth down even with the height advantage. Aster is really starting to pull away here, taking that fight while Zeth was up on the ramp. He's clearly used to dealing with a specific level of competition. That's another clean one for him, extending the gap to 11-5. He's playing his way back into form after that tough loss to Omnic. Zeth takes a precise shot from the ramp to keep things moving. A desperate fight to stay in this, as Zeth looks to avoid another sweep. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, putting together a few quick rounds to keep this interesting. Just one more round now for Aster to put this whole match away. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did in that match against Omnic. And there it is. Aster closes the series with a decisive shot to seal the victory. He's just too clean on this map, really knowing how to shut down any chance of an upset. Zeth holds a slight advantage in the overall head-to-head history after winning roughly 50% of their encounters. It's interesting to see him find his confidence early today, especially since he's coming off a difficult losing streak in his recent matches. This first round could be a sign of a turnaround.
Terrorists win.
Omnic's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Both players were fighting for the same high ground, but Zeth came out on top in that scramble. The two of them are practically identical on the ladder right now. Omnic uses that ramp for a better view and picks up another round here. Zeth's been having a tough time today with a 13-23 record. We are all squared up at 3 apiece now. He's playing with a lot of grit despite those recent struggles. Omnic is quickly regaining his footing, and he's doing it by taking control of those elevated paths. Omnic is really starting to build some serious momentum here as he pulls away. He's really fighting a tough tide after that loss to Aster. That was a close one, but Zeth manages to outduel him on the ramp to stay right in this. The two of them are essentially tied on the ladder. And just like that, Zeth forces a deadlock at 5. Both of them are sitting right on top of each other in our rating. Omnic makes a quick play to secure the lead and keeps Zeth out of the ramp's advantage. He's really leaning on that early success from his most recent matchups. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. It's exactly what we wanted to see from this matchup. Neither player is giving an inch though. Zeth has the historical edge on red line. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic just edges ahead, taking an arrow 7-6 lead. He's coming off a big victory against Aster just before this. A total scramble for the high ground there, but Zeth reacted just a bit faster to take the lead. Both guys are fighting from the bottom of our rating list today. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 in a nail biter. That's some really clean firing to take back the control. He puts another one in the books, catching Omnic right off that ramp to keep the streak alive. A complete flip from how their last match ended on the dunes. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange to clear Zeth off the ramp. Absolutely heart-stopping finish to that specific engagement. Zeth has been fighting a tough battle today with that 13-23 record over the last day. He's certainly finding his stride now, though the pressure is really on him to close this out before Omnic can find a way back into the game.
Terrorists win.
Zeth really capitalized on that height advantage to push his lead back to 2. Everything is swinging in his favor now. Zeth shuts him down from below and now holds match point. That was a lightning fast encounter to cap off the sequence. Absolute perfection. Zeth shuts the door and secures the victory. He really needed this one to stop the bleeding and finally put a win on the board today. Aster holds a commanding lead with a 74% head-to-head win rate over the course of their history. It's still early, but it'll be interesting to see if he can recover his typical control after dropping this opening round. Omnic needs a big response now, trailing 2-1. Omnic had the upper hand in their last meeting on Italy. Unbelievable. That was a total war of attrition, but Aster barely scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. Aster is just untouchable right now, claiming another effortless win to keep the pressure high. He just can't be stopped. A fifth straight for Aster to really open up this game. The higher rated player is making this look like a breeze. Omnic finally answers back, putting a stop to that run. He is proving he can trade blows with a much higher rated opponent. A totally effortless exchange, and the underdog continues his climb back into the series. Aster has been putting up huge numbers today, going 25-10 over his last few series. So yeah, he's clearly in great shape and using that confidence to keep the lead secure. We'll see if he can tighten up his defense to keep Omnic at bay. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 7-4. The lower seeded player is definitely feeling the heat now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Omnic is fighting hard, but the favorite is still maintaining the edge here. Let's see if Omnic finds a gear. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat at 8-5. The gap in their ladder positions is really starting to show. Omnic just completely shuts him down, showing some real grit as he claws further back into this game. That was a lightning-fast exchange to start this half. Aster keeps a solid 3-round buffer at 9-6. Omnic is definitely feeling a struggle after that rough series against Zeth. Aster is firmly in control at 10-6. The difference in their ladder rankings is becoming a real factor. He's just too fast for his opponent right now, putting together 3 in a row. Omnic manages to trade back a point, preventing the lead from slipping further away. A solid showing from the rank 34 player today. He just needed one clean shot to put himself in a position to close this out. That's it. Aster closes the deal with a sharp final exchange to secure the victory. He just completely dominated the pace in that final stretch. Omnic put up a good fight, but the top seed's speed was simply too much to handle today. Aster enters this one with a dominant 220-55 record against Zeth. And the gap in their current rankings just highlights how steep that climb is for the underdog. Zeth needs to find a way to break this pattern quickly. He's just completely taking over, making this look effortless. He's certainly proving why he sits much higher on the ladder. Zeth answers right back with a sharp play, showing he won't just let this match slip away. The momentum is shifting slightly with that burst. Aster holds a massive lead, sitting comfortably at 4-1. The top 15 guys in the league are just showing their class. Aster is just relentlessly cruising at 5-1. Zeth is having a tough time keeping up today with that 13-23 record. Just completely oppressive. He's really putting the pressure on now. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that strong showing against Omni. Zeth reacts faster here to secure a quick round. It's a tough climb for the number 32 spot. Aster is putting together a strong 26-10 day overall, and is clearly using that high level of confidence to dismantle Zeth's defense. I wonder if the momentum from his earlier win over Omnic is what's making him look so sharp right now. Aster is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 8-2. The rating difference between these two is clearly showing today. Another effortless takedown, and the momentum remains firmly with the leader. The gap in their map win percentages is stark here. Aster heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Well, he's playing exactly as we thought he would today, with an 80% career win rate against Zeth. He's just completely in his element on this side of the map. Zeth needs a spark. Aster's just running away with it at 9-4. That's a gritty response from someone sitting near the bottom of the pack. Aster is practically untouchable now, cruising to a 10-4 lead. The skill difference is just glaring. The speed of these last two rounds has been incredible. Aster is simply popping off right now. The gap between 14th and 32nd place is simply too wide. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, and now is just one round away from a victory. That was a much closer fight than the last two. A strong response here, keeping the dream alive with a perfect round. Just a glimmer of hope for the man in 32nd place. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a huge shot from the ramp to close out the series. He's really taken his game today, adding another notch to that head-to-head lead with a clean performance. What a scramble. Omnic just barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opener. Zeth currently holds the edge in their overall head-to-head rivalry. It's definitely a surprising start for him given how consistently he's outplayed Omnic in the past. The question now is if Zeth can find any answer for this early pressure.
Counter-terrorists win.
Zeth shows some real grit here, answering back to cut the deficit. Exactly the kind of composure we expect from the favorite.
Terrorists win.
Zeth is refusing to back down, putting up a huge response to pull within one. The momentum has shifted completely in Zeth's favor.
Terrorists
He's completely wiped out that early lead to bring us back to a deadlock. He's starting to look every bit like the favorite now.
counter-terrorists.
A sharp reaction there to regain the lead. He's fighting an uphill battle against a rival who usually gets the better of him.
Terrorists
A flawless peek from the wine puts him tied up at 4 apiece. Neither side seems to have a firm grip on this series yet. He's really digging in, securing another round to maintain that 1-round advantage. The consistency we've seen from him all day is showing. That was purely instinctive. Zeth is just untouchable right now, extending his run to 3 straight. A quick response from Omnic to close the gap just before we head into the break. It's 7-5 for Zeth heading into the switch. I mean, this is playing out exactly how we envisioned. Both players are fighting for every round, but Zeth's slight advantage on Italy is showing. Time to see who blinks first. He keeps the pressure on, extending the gap to 3 rounds. Zeth is really making the most of his experience against the underdog. A superb sequence there, showing a lot of heart from Omnic to narrow the gap. That was a clean, efficient execution to get back into it. He's completely erased that lead, putting Zeth on the defensive for the first time in a while. This is a huge swing from where we were just 2 rounds ago. Zeth just completely shut that down, asserting his control once again. The favorite is reclaiming his footing perfectly. He manages to survive a heavy exchange to pull further ahead in this series. Omnic is really struggling to keep a hold on this set. A completely untouched finish as Omnic keeps the pressure mounting. He really needs this small window of opportunity to stay in the race. A grueling fight where Zeth barely edges out the win, refusing to let the momentum slide away. Omnic is refusing to stay down, showing incredible resolve to stay alive in this match. Another fast strike for Omnic as he keeps this comeback rally alive. He's really challenging the expectations tonight. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit and forced a deadlock in this series. The pressure is shifting entirely onto Zeth now. Zeth shuts down the momentum and puts himself just 1 step away from victory. A huge relief for the higher seed after that shaky stretch. Absolute perfection to close it out. Zeth shows immense grit to secure the victory. Omnic fought his heart out to keep this one competitive, but he just couldn't find that final push. He really pushed the limits. What a fight. Aster comes into this with an incredible 26-9 record over the last day. And he's clearly riding a wave of confidence after beating Omnic earlier in the session. It'll be tough for Omnic to find any footing.
Counter-terrorists win.
He's just completely shut the door on his opponent, taking a commanding lead early. The ladder gap is really showing itself early on. A perfect series of rounds so far, and he's not showing any signs of slowing down. He really seems to have a read on this matchup. A quick response from Omnic to finally put a point on the board. He's fighting uphill against a massive head-to-head deficit. Aster is just dominating with a massive 5-1 cushion. The gap in their historical head-to-head is absolutely staggering. Omnic has historically won about 33% of his career games. I mean, seeing him claw back a few rounds here shows he's fighting against that long-term trend. He needs to maintain this pace if he wants to pull off the upset. He's really digging in here, securing another point to trim the deficit. Couple of strong pushes right there from the underdog. Aster still holds a comfortable 3-round advantage. The gap between these two on the ladder is quite distinct. Aster is cruising now, leading 7-3. Sits comfortably in the top half of the ladder. He's just completely shut down that comeback attempt, picking up his third straight point. The difference in their ladder positioning is on full display. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly how we expected it to. He's just too strong on this map for Omnic to find an opening. Time for a total reset. Omnic manages one more, but Aster still leads 9-4. A rare glimpse of a challenge for the frontrunner. Aster is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-4. His consistency is on a different level tonight. Aster is just relentless right now, putting on an absolute clinic with these quick exchanges. His recent form is looking absolutely lethal. He is completely taking control now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Absolutely stunning. He closes out the series with a clean finish to take the victory. He's just on a complete tear right now, looking almost untouchable through this whole series. Esther has been completely dominant in their personal history, winning about 80% of the games they've shared. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into today. We'll see if Zed can finally break that cycle and find a way back into this series. He's absolutely on fire, sweeping through the early stages with 3 straight wins. He's staying sharp after that 13-4 victory over Omnic. He answers right back. Zed shows a bit of grit to secure his first frame of the map. A quicker wake-up call for the heavy favorite here. Esther is firmly in control at 4-1. The number 13 on the ladder is making it look easy. Esther is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. Zeth is really feeling the pressure of the rank gap here. A complete shutdown, and he's now staring down a 3-round streak. He's definitely capitalizing on a much better day than Zeth. He uses the ramp to secure another one, reaching a 4-round streak. This is turning into another long day at the office for Zeth. Zeth manages to secure this one from the toolbox. A decent start to the session for a player with such a tough H2H record. Zed has been struggling today with a 14-22 record across his matches. It's surprising to see him suddenly fight back with these 2 quick rounds. Esther needs to shut this down before the momentum completely shifts. He's completely locked in now, taking a 3rd straight to keep the pressure high heading into the break. A quick shift in momentum right before the mid-game reset. Esther takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorites are safely in front, but Zeth is fighting much harder than usual to keep this game close. Let's see if Zeth can pivot. Aster is too fast for him today, quickly picking him off that ramp. This mirrors that earlier result on Orange perfectly. Aster's pulling away again, leading it at 9-5. Zed's rank 31 status is showing in these rough stretches. A totally untossed finish for Aster, who is now firmly back in the driver's seat. This is a total repeat of what happened on Orange. Zed manages to clip him off the ramp to get another on the board. A tight exchange, but he managed to secure the edge. That was a lightning fast response. Aster just refused to let Zeth build any momentum there. Zeth is showing real tenacity, keeping this game competitive despite the odd odds. Zeth is making a serious push here, catching Aster right as he tried to push up that ramp. He's really fighting a tough battle against the odds here. That was an effortless take for Aster, and he is now just 1 step away from the win. He certainly lived up to the hype so far. A sharp reflex play here as Zeth denies the closer and stays alive, refusing to just roll over in this final stretch. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a perfect finish, taking the match right now. He just can't find the answer for that kind of speed today. A clean sweep of their set. Unreal. Omnic survives a total brawl to take the first, barely hanging on with just 2 HP left. Zeth holds a slight historical advantage by winning over 50% of their previous meetings, and honestly, we saw that translate into a win for him just a few matches ago. Now he has to shake off this cold start to get back in control.
Terrorists win.
Omnic is dominating the pace with a comfortable 3-1 lead. He's really defying that tough run of results lately. Zeth is starting to push back, making this a much tighter contest as the early lead slips away. He is certainly fighting to regain some of that upper hand. Omnic has a solid 2-round cushion now. Zeth is certainly feeling the pressure after that recent 13-11 victory against him. Omnic still edges ahead, barely holding a single round lead. The top 32 seed is starting to look more comfortable. Zeth is putting on a clinic right now, quickly erasing Omnic's early lead to bring us back to a dead heat. Omnic barely keeps a nose ahead at 5-4. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence than in his last few matches. A complete stalemate at 5-all between these two. He's certainly making use of that slight ranking advantage today. The rounds are just flying by now. Neither player is giving an inch of space. A quick response to keep this 1-round lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really shaking off that 4-game losing streak with a strong start. Zeth usually plays a bit better on this map, so we'll see if he can close that gap. Fresh start for both players. Zeth takes a huge step back into the game, catching Omnic right as he pushed up the ramp. He's really fighting to close that gap in the rankings. Pure chaos as Zeth levels this thing at 7 apiece. He's really proven to be the more consistent force in this rivalry. Zeth maintains his control from the ramp, picking up another round for his streak. The rating gap is starting to make sense as the pressure builds. What a scrap! Zeth barely escapes that exchange, but he manages to secure his 4th straight victory. What an absolute war! He claws back around after a desperate exchange that left both players nearly depleted. Zeth is simply too sharp right now, using that high ground to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. The higher seed is really starting to assert himself. Zeth is just completely in his element right now, moving through this set with ease. Coming off a brutal 4-13 result against Esther earlier today. A lightning-fast response from Omnic to put a dent in that deficit. That was a crisp piece of work to cut the lead. He's refusing to go away, securing a 2nd straight round with a completely untouched health bar. Definitely a tough spot for the pre-match favorite right now. Zeth wins the duel and now stands just 1 round away from victory. He's definitely showing why he entered this set as the favorite. And there it is. Zeth finishes it off with a clean shot, securing the map victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final push to seal the deal. What a fight! Aster really has a psychological edge here with that 74% career win rate against Omnic. It's a dominance that we're already seeing reflected in their head-to-head history. I wonder if Omnic has a specific plan to break that cycle today. Omnic is fighting back hard, but Aster holds a 2-1 lead. He's playing like a man with nothing to lose. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, completely flipping the script from those first 2 rounds. The gap in their ladder ranking suddenly looks irrelevant. Aster secures another lead, putting the count at 3-2. He's coming into this series on a massive run of form. Aster just pulls further ahead, extending that cushion to 4-2. Looking at the ladder, that skill gap is becoming very apparent. Omnic is refusing to let the match slip away, keeping things tight as we head into the second half. Aster has looked unstoppable today with a 27-8 record over the last day. And he's bringing that same high energy performance into this set. It's making it very difficult for Omnic to find a way back into the game. Aster is firmly in control, leading 6-4.
Omnic is really feeling the weight of those previous losses today.
It's anyone's game right now with the momentum swinging back and forth every single round. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is a surprisingly close start given the huge gap in their ratings. Omnic is holding his own, but Aster still looks very poised. Time to see who blinks first. Aster just edges back in front, 7-6. Aster has certainly found his feet again after that brief slip. Omnic claws back and we are deadlocked at 7-all. Omnic is outplaying his usual rank right now. Aster is really tightening his grip on this one, refusing to let Omnic build any momentum. Aster pushes forward, now commanding a 2-round lead. He's really capitalizing on that rating gap right now. Aster just sneaks a narrow lead at 9-8. The underdog is certainly showing some grit in this series. Omnic has the momentum now, picking up 2 in a row to bring this whole series back to a dead even split. Absolute perfection from Omnic, who just cruised through that exchange to grab a 3rd straight. A massive shift from their previous encounter today. Aster responds quickly to reset things back to a deadlock. He has definitely played better in their other encounters today. Aster is quickly regaining a bit of breathing room as we head into the final stretch. He's really putting those ranking differences on display now. The pace is absolutely electric right now. Omnic just erased that advantage in a fraction of a second. Aster reacts instantly to put himself just a single round away from victory. What a response! Omnic forces a deadlock and we are officially headed to overtime. Unbelievable. There was a complete war of attrition and he just barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Pure heart, simply refusing to go down. He's really putting the pressure on now, moving closer to finishing this in regulation. He's looking just as sharp as he did in that 13-4 win earlier. He's completely shifted the tide, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. That was a total shutdown. Omnic stays unscathed in a huge momentum swing. He's fighting for every single round now. What an incredible finish. Aster closes it out completely clean to take home the match. Omnic really pushed him to the brink there, proving that rank doesn't tell the whole story. He deserved more for that performance. What a fight! Aster holds a massive 220-255 lead in their lifetime head-to-head record, and honestly those numbers cast a long shadow over the match today. He's been dominating the direct rivalry for a long time now, so Zed is fighting a steep uphill battle to shift the momentum. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just tearing through these openers. Another clean takedown, and the lead just keeps growing for Aster. Zed is really struggling to find any answers today. Zed finally puts up a fight, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. He's showing he can handle the heat despite the rating gap. A sharp read here, and Zed quickly plucks him right off the ramp. It's a surprising turnaround for someone who started this match as such an underdog. Aster has been on a complete tear today with 28 wins already in the books. It makes sense that he's the one putting the pressure back on here. He's just in a completely different gear compared to Zef right now. That was a fast clash on the ramp, and Aster is quickly reclaiming his grip on this match. He really seems to have a high ceiling for a player ranked 31st. A total shutdown of that rally, and he's now claiming 3 straight. Zeth has really struggled to put games together tonight. He uses that high ground on the ramp to secure another victory, moving to 8 rounds. He's completely in control, securing another effortless win as the first half winds down. A very tough spot to be in heading into the break. Aster goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Well, the gap in skill is showing exactly as the rankings suggested. Zef just cannot keep up with that pace right now. Zed needs a huge spark here. Aster just didn't let him breathe on that ramp, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. A total mismatch in how they're performing right now.
Terrorists win.
A quick flash of a sideline, and Aster is now just a single round away from victory. A quick snap of the wrist and Zef plucks him off the ramp. A solid response to keep the fight going. And there it is. A final, emphatic shot seals the deal for Aster. He's just on another level today, putting on a clinical display that confirms why he's the favorite. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle right now with a 20% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's feeling the pressure after that recent losing streak. He'll need to shake off these mistakes if he wants to stay in the game. Total control from Zeth, who takes a commanding 3-round lead. The historical edge is showing for the favorite. He answers back with a perfectly timed shot to tighten things up. It's a good look for the underdog to keep this competitive. Zeth is simply dominant, leading 4-1. The head-to-head numbers lean a bit in his favor overall. Zeth is just running away with this. 5-1. The gap in rank between them is certainly starting to show. Zeth enters this series as the slight favorite, and for the most part, he's proving why that's the case. Well, he's definitely in control, but the target is on his back now that Omnic has managed to break that initial momentum. The momentum is shifting. Omnic secures his second straight win to close the gap. He's finally putting a dent in that lead. Absolutely effortless. He's on fire right now, taking his third straight win to keep the pressure high. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped out the early deficit to bring us dead, even at 5 apiece. A complete turnaround to lock in this deadlock. Zeth regains the edge and takes this one with a swift shot. A solid recovery for the higher seeded player. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, it's been a back and forth battle that mostly matches the expectations. Both players are trading strong series of rounds, making this a very close contest. Zeth pulls ahead again, sitting comfortably at 8-5. He's looking sharp after a tough loss to Aster earlier. Another high impact play from Omnic, showing some real grit to keep this game alive. What a fight! Zeth barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to regain control. That was an incredibly tight exchange. A desperate scramble that barely went his way. That was an incredibly clean look as he continues to chip away at the lead. Zeth keeps the momentum, now leading by 3. He is certainly playing like the higher rated competitor tonight. He's refusing to go away, securing a clean exchange to bring the deficit to 2. He's proving he belongs in the top tier tonight. Zeth is really tightening the screws now, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent to find an answer. And he puts the pressure back on, securing another round to reach match point. A quick sequence of rounds for him to seal it. A flawless burst from Omnic to push back and prolong this fight. He's digging deep to stave off the loss. That puts Zeth's back against the wall for the first time tonight. A sensational display of poise, he's completely halted Zeth's climb toward the finish line. The confidence is surging for the underdog right now. What a finish. Zeth secures the final round to close out the map. Omnic really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Aster is coming in with a massive edge on this map, having won 74% of his matches here. He's currently on a huge run in the league, and honestly, he looks completely comfortable against a player who has a much harder time on this ground. It'll be tough for Omnic to shift the momentum. He's on fire now, taking a commanding early lead with 3 straight wins. This looks like a repeat of their most recent duel. The onslaught continues for Aster, taking an incredibly strong early lead. Just a total blowout so far. He's simply too fast for his opponent. He's comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. A complete shutout. He's just too sharp, racking up 6 straight wins. His target a lot larger than the ones he's usually fighting. He's simply not missing, extending this lead to a perfect 7-0. Finally, a round for Omnic to get back on the board. He is fighting a tough battle against a much higher rated opponent. Aster has completely owned this head-to-head record over the course of 300 matches, and honestly, that psychological edge is clearly playing a role here. He's treating this like a routine day at the office. Now we just have to see if Omnic can find any way to break this cycle. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-2. He's looking very strong today with 28 wins under his belt. Aster heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, everything we saw on paper is playing out exactly as we thought. He's basically walking all over Omnic right now. Time for a complete reset. Everything is just flowing for Aster right now. He's almost completely shut the door on any chance of a comeback. The gap between these two in the rankings is really showing. Omnic is fighting for every single round now, refusing to let this match slide away too easily. Aster remains untouchable, securing another clean kill to move within a single round of victory. Omnic catches him from the ramp to hold off the inevitable for one more round. He's really fighting to make this as competitive as possible. He's still resisting, finding another win to stay in the game. The underdog is refusing to go down without a fight. Unbelievable. Aster clings to life with a sliver of health to shut the door on this match. He's just completely outclassed him in this series. It's just a different level of skill we're seeing here. Esther enters this as the heavy favorite with an 80% win rate in their historical meetings. But he's coming off a crushing loss in their most recent matchup on Redline. We'll see if he can shake off that earlier disappointment to get things moving. Zeth is absolutely on fire, quickly claiming a third straight round to take full control. He digs deep to claw one back, showing some real grit after that tough start. Still feels like Zeth is the one in the driver's seat. Esther isn't backing down, putting together 2 straight rounds to keep this series tight. That's exactly why everyone expected him to take this series. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to bring the set level. This is exactly the type of resilience he's shown in his recent play. He's simply not stopping now, taking another round with a perfectly clean shot. The momentum shift here is looking permanent. Absolutely relentless! That is 5 in a row for him, putting a real grip on the map. Zeth finally finds his footing and puts an end to that terrifying run. He's staying sharp, continuing to fight his way back into this game. He really needs to protect this cushion before the half. He's taking a firm grip on the game now, moving closer to a dominant lead before we hit the break. He's really asserting himself over the finish line here. Esther goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. He is showing why he holds an 80% win rate in this specific matchup. He secures another one from the ramp, keeping his momentum high after the break. He's definitely playing like the higher ranked seed right now. He quickly shuts down the opposition to regain the upper hand. Another rapid fire exchange ends in his favor. He's just unstoppable right now, continuing a ferocious stare to push his lead to 11. He's playing well above his typical level today. Nice response here, finally getting a hold of the match again. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the 13th seed. Zeth is refusing to fade away, putting up a serious fight here despite the odds. He's just on the roll now, taking a third straight to keep the pressure high. The lower seeded player is certainly making his presence felt. He's just untouchable right now, securing another easy victory to keep this surge alive. What a response! He just shut that momentum down completely and now stands a single round away from victory. Zeth gets the better of him in a frantic trade, keeping his hopes alive. Zeth is refusing to let this game just slip away. He's keeping the pressure on, taking another round with a completely unscathed performance. What a finish! Aster out-duels him in the final exchange to complete the comeback and seal the match. He really leaned on that experience to navigate a scary second half. He certainly earned his spot at the top of the ladder. What a fight! Zeth has historically been the stronger player in this head-to-head, winning 51% of their matches. It's a bit surprising to see him start off on the back foot against a player who's struggled with an 8-loss kit. He'll need to refocus quickly to get back in control. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, and using that height advantage on the toolbox just made it look easy. A real deadlock of a match so far, and that duel on the ramp was a total coin flip. Zeth holds a slim lead as they move to round 6. He looks much sharper than he did in his previous series today. Both of these players are just trading blows now, and that last exchange on the ramp was a dead heat. It is wild to see them practically deadlocked right now. Zeth stays out in front by a single point. A bit of a redemption after that rough set against Aster. Omnic is currently sitting at a 33% win rate across over 1,000 matches. That puts a lot of pressure on him to prove he can actually sustain this performance. It will be interesting to see if he can climb back out of this hole. Zeth barely edges ahead as we hit round 9. He definitely feels the pressure of that closer against them earlier. We've hit a total stalemate. Omnic and Zeth are tied. A huge momentum shift as we head into the final stretch. Zeth really clamped down there, picking him right off the ramp to extend the lead. We are all squared up at 6 apiece for the break. I mean, Omnic has completely held his own here. It's a huge result for him, given that brutal 8-game losing streak he entered with today. Fresh start for both. Omnic takes the lead as we enter round 13. He's really fighting to shake off that tough 11-24 stretch from today. Zeth just secures that response from the ramp to keep things completely level. The higher ranked man is refusing to let the lead slip away. Omnic is really making the window work for him, catching Zeth right as he stepped out onto that ramp. The gap in the ladder doesn't seem to matter much today. Pure chaos. Now we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. Zeth always seems to step up in these closer matchups. Zeth clinches a narrow 1-point advantage going into 17. Zeth looks far more comfortable since that last match they shared earlier. These two are just trading everything right now. It's a complete toss-up as we push deeper into the match. He's showing he can handle the heat in these high-pressure games. Omnic is really making things difficult for Zeth right now, taking control from that window position. A surprising turnaround for the lower rated man in this series. Zeth really stepped up that response, cleaning things up perfectly from the ramp to keep the match locked. Zeth is really finding a way to close things out, putting together a nice little run here to put Omnic on the defensive. It's clear he's got the mental edge in this rivalry. Zeth forces his way back into the driver's seat, taking down the window perch and moving to a game point. He is simply refusing to let the lead slip away now. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door completely to secure the win. Omnic put up a hell of a fight and really pushed him to the limit this time. He had to work for that. Aster holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 74% of their matches. It's a trend that's continuing right now, especially since he just beat Omnic earlier today. He's looking completely comfortable in this series. Absolute perfection from him, simply refusing to let Omnic get any ground. The rank difference is really starting to show here. Omnic responds with a lightning fast flick, showing he's not going down without a fight. Omnic is refusing to fold, taking this one without giving up a single point of health. The pressure is shifting back to the favorite now. Aster still leads by 2 after that clutch play. His form lately has been incredible, picking up 9 straight. Omnic has really been fighting an uphill battle today, sitting at 11.25 over the last 24 hours, so yeah, he's trying to turn things around, but that low success rate is clearly weighing on him in this set. He is completely taking over now, extending the gap to a 4-round lead. The 13 rated player is simply in another class today. Another easy kill for Aster, who is just completely taking over this match. Omnic manages to get his shot off first, putting an end to that onslaught. He's certainly fighting for every single point he can get. Aster is just cruising along with an 8-3 lead. He's showing why he's the superior seed on this map. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as the analyst predicted. He's simply too consistent for Omnic right now. Omnic needs a total reset here. Aster's comfortably in control at 9-4. Everything is clicking for him, mirroring that 29-6 run over the last day. Omnic claws one back, but it's 9-5 for Aster. Looking back at their history, he really does have an uphill climb. Omnic is finally starting to put up a fight, putting together a nice run of rounds here. Aster maintains a healthy 4-round cushion over Omnic. That's a massive disparity in their overall career win rates. Aster holds a solid 3-round lead at 10-7. That was a snappy exchange. Unreal. He survives by the narrowest of margins to keep this momentum swinging. Absolute ice in his veins to pull that off. Omnic is simply refusing to let up, picking up a 3rd straight to keep the pressure high. What a surge! He's completely raised that deficit to bring us level at 10 apiece. A total shift in energy as they head into the final stretch. He puts a stop to that run, regaining a 1-round lead. He's firmly established himself as the stronger player in this pair. Incredible! He has fought his way back from the brink to bring this entire game to a dead heat. He stops that run with a lightning fast kill, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. And that is it. He closes the door on this series with a blindingly fast final kill. Omnic really pushed him to the edge this time, but he just couldn't close the gap. He earns the win in a total nail-biter. What a scrap. Aster strikes quickly to take the early lead, picking Zeph right off the ramp. Esther is just too fast today. Zeph is really feeling that historical gap right now. He's playing exactly to his rank right now. Zeth is fighting back, putting up a good response from the ramp to keep this close. The underdog is proving he can trade blows today. Zeth is putting a real dent in the momentum here, finding a strong spot on the Tetris to stay level. Rarely do we see Zeth take a series of rounds like this. Aster secures that advantage by holding the high ground on the ramp. He's looked essentially untouchable in his last 10 matches. Aster is really starting to pull away now, taking control of the map and clearing Zeth off the ramp. Aster holds a tight one-round lead heading into the next. It's a tough mountain to climb, given their history together. Aster has been an absolute powerhouse in his recent outings with an impressive 36 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this match. He just needs to close out this lead before Zeth can really dig in. Aster is cruising at 6-4, putting the pressure on. A significant skill difference is showing up in these exchanges. These encounters are ending in such short order. Zeth just isn't reacting fast enough to keep up. Aster leads 7-5 as we head into the break. Well, the outcome is staying true to the script for now. Aster holds the advantage though. Zeth is fighting much harder than he usually does against the top seed. Time to see if Zeth reacts. He's showing some real grit now, winning that fight on the ramp to close the gap. The underdog is refusing to fade in this series. Zeth wipes him off the ramp to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Aster shuts that door quickly, catching Zeth right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's definitely the stronger pick for this particular spot. Aster owns a staggering 80% win rate in their historical head-to-head matchups and is showing exactly why he's the heavy favorite here. Zeth had a brief moment of hope, but it's hard to bridge that kind of gap. Now he's just fighting an uphill battle. Zeth is simply refusing to go away, evening things up at 9-9 with an effortless shot. He's completely erased that early deficit. Aster claws back the lead, sitting atop the board 10-9. The rank gap is palpable in these closer exchanges. Aster is quickly reclaiming control here, looking much sharper than he did a few rounds ago. Zeth is simply not yielding, shutting that exchange down completely to tighten this race. It's becoming an incredibly tight contest. That was a tense exchange, but Aster finishes it off cleanly to put himself on match point. Just a complete contrast with how their previous matches went. Zed just keeps hammering away, refusing to let this game slip away. The pressure is mounting after that quick burst of aggression. Incredible composure from Zeth, shutting this down from the ramp to force a sudden death overtime. We've got a total deadlock heading into the final stretch. Both of these players are simply refusing to let the other pull away. The higher seed is refusing to let this slip. A total blur of a round, and Zed secures it perfectly to stay in the fight. It's just a game of inches now. Both players are trading rounds back and forth in the most intense way. What a clinical stop to halt that momentum. Aster is now just a single round away from victory. Zeth is looking completely rattled after that exchange. Zeth keeps his hopes alive with a quick snap extending this overtime thriller. He's simply refusing to let this dream end. Zeth is on absolute fire, erasing the lead again with another flawless shot from the ramp. Aster edges ahead again, barely clinging to a lead. A total deadlock at 16, all absolute madness. Zeth takes the lead 17-16, purely electric. Man, he is just refusing to let the momentum slide. An unbelievable tie at 17-all for these two. Neither one of these players is given an inch tonight. Zeth barely edges him out, now leading 18-17. Everything is coming up for the underdog today. Zeth extends his cushion, now leading 19-17. He really fought through the noise to pull off the impossible. To see that streak finally broken in overtime is just wild. What a series. Omnic enters this match with a tough run of results, coming in with a 10-loss streak. So seeing him take that first round is a huge momentum shift. He's really fighting an uphill battle today, but he clearly has the confidence to challenge Zeth. Zeth is trailing, putting him down 2-1. Zeth is definitely playing like the favorite in this pair. Zeth is quickly picking up the pace here, moving back into a tie with 2 straight wins. That's a tight head-to-head history for these two. Omnic barely edges ahead, holding a slim 3-2 lead. He's really fighting back after that loss on fast aim. Omnic is distancing himself now, pushing a 4-2 lead. A completely flipped script compared to their last series. Zeth responds quickly there, narrowing the gap and keeping this set incredibly close. The higher seeded player is starting to assert some control here. And just like that, Zeth forces a dead heat. Zeth holds a slight edge in their career head to head. Omnic claws back the advantage, leading 5-4. A surprising turn of events given the ranking difference here. It's a total toss-up right now. Neither one of them can really put the other away. Neither player has a definitive grip on this series. Omnic manages to pull ahead by just 1. A huge shift in energy for the lower ranked man. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's totally defying the odds right now. After that brutal 10-match losing streak, you have to love how he stepped up to lead this series. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic is truly defying the 33% win rate he's historically carried, and honestly, seeing him push this deep into the series is a massive shock given the rankings. He's effectively rewritten the script for today. If he can close this out, it'll be a huge statement for his recovery. Omnic is just dominating now, cruising to a 9-6 lead. He's used to being in the driver's seat in this matchup. Zeth is really struggling to put a stop to this, as Omnic keeps finding ways to shut him down. Omnic is completely taking over the map now, leaving Zeth with a huge mountain to climb. The gap in their ratings is practically invisible right now. Zeth is digging in his heels and refusing to let this game slip away. A nice way to build on that win he took earlier today. A completely clean exchange, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. The seed difference is barely playing a factor tonight. Unbelievable, he closes it out with an effortless shot to seal the victory. That is an incredible way to shake off a losing streak. He just completely outplayed the odds today. Esther boasts a massive historical advantage with 294 total wins against Omnic. It's a stark contrast when you see the scoreline right now, but that lifetime head-to-head record explains why expectations are so high for him today. We have to see if Omnic can actually pull off the upset. Omnic has a narrow lead as we head into round 4. He's trying to shake off that tough 17-19 loss to Zeth. Omnic is really capitalizing on this early momentum to build a comfortable buffer. Omnic is cruising right now, leading 4-1. He's really putting that rank 36 status to the test. A fierce exchange there, but Omnic manages to emerge victorious to keep this streak alive. He just can't find an answer right now. That's a 4th straight for Omnic. Aster finally answers back with a clean shot to get his 2nd point. Aster has been in incredible form today, putting up a 29-6 record across his matches. Well, it's starting to show now that he's finally shaken off that early slump. He's clearly looking to regain his grip on this series.
Terrorists win.
Omnic stays firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. Tough to forget that loss he just suffered against Zeth. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the number 36 ranked player to be ahead right now. Aster is the heavy favorite, but he's fighting an uphill battle as we switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. What a fast response. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this fight going. Exactly the kind of composure we'd expect from a top-tier ladder veteran. Omnic holds an 8-6 edge as we restart. He's really making a case for himself today. Omnic is pushing hard, now sitting on a 9-6 lead. That was an incredibly fast reset from Omnic. A chaotic exchange that almost went the other way, but he manages to secure another round. A much needed spark for the favorite in this series. Omnic is practically sprinting toward the finish at 10-7. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to scrape through and close the gap to 8-10. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to keep the pressure on. The momentum is swinging back into the veteran's favor. Omnic is really standing his ground here, making it difficult for the favorite to close this out. He's completely out of reach right now, shutting down the challenge from the wine. The pressure is mounting on the underdog as the gap closes. Unbelievable. He's fought his way back into a dead heat, bringing the tally level at 11-11. Absolute control. He's simply refusing to let this slip, moving within a single round of victory. It's an incredible surge from the high-ranked veteran. Absolutely crisp. That's the equalizer, and we are heading straight into overtime. A massive upset if the lower-rated man takes this. He's completely out-dueling Aster right now, finding the mark in a fraction of a second. A huge contrast to their overall career success rate. He is just untouchable right now, securing another effortless victory to extend the streak. He's simply too fast right now, walking away with a perfect round to bring himself to the brink of victory. Aster shuts that down from the wine, refusing to let the series end just yet. That's an aggressive way to push back in the overtime blocks. absolutely huge. Omnic secures the match by picking him off the vine. He's just completely rewritten the history books with that performance. To walk away with a victory after everything we've seen from the favorite is just wild. What a fight! Aster really comes out firing, cleaning up Zeph right off the ramp to open the set. Aster holds a massive 224-56 lead over Zeth in their historical matchups. We know that Zeth actually managed to take their most recent encounter, which makes this early lead feel a bit more precarious for the underdog. It will be interesting to see if that previous victory gave him any confidence today. Aster is absolutely dominating, sitting comfortably on top with 3. He's certainly proving his rank as the heavier favorite. Zeth really locked down that ramp to put a hold on the momentum. He's really trying to make a statement tonight. We've got a dead heat now with both at 3. Zeth is certainly putting in the work today, despite a rough start overall. Aster edges back ahead with a tight 4-3 lead. He's a lot of confidence coming into this with those 28 wins today. Unbelievable. Aster manages to scrape through that exchange with practically nothing left. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure as the lower ranked player here. Aster just barely closed back and narrow 1 round lead. A tight battle considering the gap in their ratings. And now we're completely locked at 5-all. The gap in the ladder is not showing at all right now. Aster is quickly finding his footing again after that mini run from Zeth. He's really trying to push back against that 66% career win rate. We are all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, Zeth is punching well above his weight right now. He's refusing to let the higher ranked player pull away early. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth now holds the edge with a 7-6 lead. Zeth seems to have a real answer for him tonight. Good heavens, what a fight. Zeth clings to life by a thread to secure that win. He is just refusing to let the momentum slip away. That is a total shutdown. Zeth is just in control right now. A complete role reversal given the rankings here. Aster pulls off a clean read to shut him down from the ramp, showing some real grit here. He just needed 1 clean sequence to settle things down. Another fast set of shots secures the lead for him as he keeps this comeback alive. A solid response from the veteran after that stumble. Zeth has really shifted his momentum since that last meeting where he took the victory in a tight fight. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. He's practically rewritten the script for this pair of players today. Zeth is putting on a clinic with his speed, ending that encounter in just over a second. Zeth completely dismantles Aster's defense from the ramp, putting himself in a position to end it all right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. Zeth secures the map with an effortless final kill. He just completely flipped the script on this series. Zeth is making a huge statement against one of the top guys today. Zeth has actually won over half of their previous meetings. It's clear he's expected to come out on top here. The real question is if he can recover from that opening loss and regain his footing.
Counter-terrorists win.
Absolute perfection from Omnic, who looks completely unstoppable right now. It's a rough start for the favorite. A quick response here as he finally clears the air and gets his first point on the board. The top-rated player in the server finally showed some teeth. Omnic is just dominating with a huge 4-1 lead. He's really making the most of that recent victory over Zeth. Omnic is simply running away with a 5-1 lead. The historical head-to-head edge hasn't helped him so far. Unreal! He nearly goes down but manages to scramble through that fight for a third straight win. The higher rating isn't translating into results today. He's just completely in control, picking up another effortless round to climb further ahead. Zeth manages a sharp return to keep the gap from widening further. A little more breathing room for the favorite now. Omnic is currently playing at a pace we rarely see from him, especially since he has a low 33% overall win rate. It just goes to show how much confidence he's carrying after that earlier series victory today. This is shaping up to be a completely one-sided affair. Omnic takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly, the server is shocked. Zeth was the heavy favorite coming into this, but he looks completely lost right now. Time for a total reset. Zeth used that elevation on the ramp perfectly to shut the door on Omnic's lead. Slightly better history on the map, but that's a massive hill to climb. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-4. Zeth is certainly starting to play like the higher-rated competitor. Zeth really tried to build some momentum with those back-to-back wins, but Omnic just shut that down immediately. He's certainly shaking off those poor results from earlier today. Zeth is definitely waking up. Those lightning-fast reactions are starting to tilt the scales back in his favor. That was a total shutout, leaving him just a single point shy of victory. Hard to believe the odds given how this series has played out. And that's it. Omnic closes the door with a fierce finish to take the victory. It is just a phenomenal run of form from him today, completely ignoring his usual struggles and the rankings entirely. Esther holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history with nearly 300 wins over Omnic. But Omnic have actually taken their most recent clash. We have to see if that confidence carries over into this series. Omnic's firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. This looks like a continuation of their current hot streak. Aster is looking completely lost right now, just unable to find an answer for the pressure. He's really making a statement against the higher seed. Aster holds the high ground and takes control of the tempo here. His higher ladder ranking is starting to show. Omnic is just dominating, pushing high to 4-2. He's really showing a huge amount of grit tonight. Aster claws back around, making it 4-3. Expectations are starting to align with that ranking gap. Emotion mid, Omnic has managed to win 11 of his last 25 matches across the board, but seeing him push this specific lead is huge. Since he's usually so outclassed in these matchups, it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this composure Emotion mid. Aster shuts him down on the ramp to keep the pressure building. He's really fighting to get this series closer. Omnic is just pulling away now, leading 7-4. Omnic has looked completely different today compared to his typical play. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He is completely defying the odds right now. Aster's 65% map win rate means nothing in this specific game. He's just not reacting fast enough to the underdog space. Let's see if Aster finds his rhythm. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. It's a total mirror of the match they played on Italy. Aster finally breaks through to bring the score to 5-9. He's definitely feeling that pressure after those rough losses earlier today. The gap is widening, and Omnic is making this look far too easy for someone in his position. Omnic is just capitalizing on every single opening right now. He's putting together a real run of momentum. He's absolutely taking over the match now, putting himself just one step away from victory. Unbelievable! He closes it out from the ramp to secure a massive victory. He just completely shut the door on the favorite today, proving those head-to-head stats are a thing of the past. Esther holds a huge lead in their head-to-head history with over 200 wins against Zeth. But that's the funny thing about this rivalry right now. Zeth is actually coming off a victory against him from earlier today, and he looks ready to keep that trend going.
Counter-terrorists win.
Zeth is just playing so aggressively right now, using that ramp to shut things down. The lower rated player is really putting on a show here. We've got a dead heat with both at 2. A really steady start for the higher seeded player today. Zeth manages to clear the ramp and pulls himself ahead to a 3-2 lead. The 14th seed is really struggling to get his feet under him. Zeth is just dominating, pushing it to 4-2. The rank difference isn't showing up at all in this set. Aster finally answers back, narrowing the gap to 4-3. He's looking to shake off that recent loss to Omnic. Esther is starting to build some real momentum now, putting the pressure back on Zeth. Just a complete reset of the board for these two. He simply won't slow down, picking Zeth right off the Tetris to take a full grip on this match.
Zeth has clearly got his work cut out for him today.
A quick reaction from Zeth to bring things level. It's a complete toss-up now as we head towards the break.
Counter-terrorists win.
Aster edges ahead by 1, taking the lead. His performance today has been a bit of a roller coaster.
Terrorists win.
We're all square at 6-6. I mean, it's a very close fight, but Aster is still playing the kind of game we expected from him. He's holding his own and refuses to let the underdog slip away. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth barely claws back, moving ahead 7-6. He's really continuing that dominant form from their last meeting. What an incredible scrap. He barely clings to life after a wild trade, taking full control of the pace. Zeth holds an 8-7 cushion as we keep rolling. He's certainly looking for a way to reverse that recent skid. Aster claws his way back to tie things up at 8. He really needs to shake off those losses to Omnic. Zeth is really refusing to let Aster get a run of games going here. Zeth really seems to have his number today. Total deadlock at 9, all for these two. Zeth is fighting for his life after a rough 14-22 run today. Absolutely insane. He manages to survive by a hair's breadth after both players went wild on the triggers. Pure chaos on that exchange, he just barely pulled it off. Unbelievable. We're locked in at 10 apiece. Zeth is putting up a serious fight against the higher seed here. Aster is quickly regaining control of this series, putting the pressure firmly back on the underdog. I can't believe how fast these rounds are going now. They're just trading kills in the blink of an eye. Aster delivers a pristine headshot and just needs a single final round to secure this series. The superior seed finally finds his footing when it matters most. He answers back just in time. We are headed for overtime. The favorite will have to fight his way back to take this. Absolute bloodbath on the ramp just now, and Aster manages to come out on top. He's certainly looking to bounce back from those rough losses to Omni. It is a literal coin flip at this point. Neither one is willing to give an inch. A total reversal of the typical outcome for these two. Zeth has found his second win, and he's now looking incredibly dangerous as he extends this lead. Zeth just absolutely shuts that down, knocking Aster right off the ramp to move within striking distance. Zeth is really making a statement against the seed advantage today. Aster keeps his hopes alive by surviving that exchange to put the pressure back on. A huge mental test for the top seed to weather this storm. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script today, taking down one of the toughest rivals in the game. A massive shift in momentum. What a fight. Omnic has taken the early lead here, and he's really leaning into that momentum after winning his last 4 matches in a row. It's a strong start for him, considering Zeth is usually the one dominating their historical head-to-head. We'll see if this early pressure can break the favorites' confidence. Zeth claws back to a 2-1 lead. He's currently the higher rated player of the two. He's taking complete control now, securing his 3rd straight round without taking a single hit. Omnic reacts fast to plug Zeth off the box, narrowing the gap. Zeth is just cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. He's looking to avenge that tough loss from their previous meeting. Zeth is currently showing a much stronger level of play, as his 60% win rate over the last 10 matches really shows he's in top form. Well, it is a surprising contrast to how he's historically struggled on this particular map. We'll see if Omnic can use that knowledge to mount a comeback. He's showing some serious grit, digging in to stop the bleed and secure another point. He's really putting the odds to the test here. Omnic keeps the pressure high, dropping his opponent right off the box to tighten this series. The gap in the standings isn't feeling very wide right now. What a turnaround! Omnic just blew the doors open, catching Zeth on the box to even things up. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's 4 straight for the comeback kid. A complete flip of the script from how we expected this to go.
Terrorists win.
We're all squared up at 6, all going into the break. I mean, Zeth was the projected winner coming into this, but he's not finding any separation yet. Both players are trading blows equally in a dead heat. He's just refusing to buckle, securing a quick one-sided exchange to take the lead. That's a scary look for the projected favorite. He's just completely untouchable, strolling away with another clean round to widen the gap. He's really shaking the foundation of the favorite's confidence right now. He's simply not letting up, continuing this surge to put a significant dent in the score. Quite the opposite of how his last few matchups ended. A steady hand from Zeth to break the rhythm and trim the lead to 2. He's fighting back for his title as the top seed. He's showing impressive poise, shutting the door on that quick burst of speed from his opponent. Omnic is showing incredible tenacity, surviving a scrap here to reclaim a 2-round advantage. Omnic is making it very difficult for the top-seeded player today.
Terrorists win.
Zeth manages to scrap out another round, proving he's far from done in this set. A super quick exchange that keeps the pressure on.
Terrorists win.
He just puts on a clinic here, completely shutting down any hope of another response from the opponent. What a chaotic brawl! Zeth manages to outlast his opponent in a wild trade to narrow the deficit. That was an incredibly tight exchange to keep this series alive.
Terrorists
Omnic holds his nerve in a gritty exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. It's an unexpected position for a top-tier ladder contender. Zeth refuses to go quietly, holding his ground on the box to keep this fight alive. Please show him why he entered this set as the heavy favorite. Unbelievable. Omnic storms back to seal the deal with a lightning-fast final shot. He's really proving that the rankings don't tell the whole story today. What an absolute war of attrition. He had to work for that. Esther has historically dominated this specific matchup with a 74% win rate. He definitely knows how to punish the gaps in Omnix's game. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can pull off another surprise here. Unbelievable. He barely manages to survive that exchange, clutching out the victory with almost nothing left. What a fight! Omnic barely edges it out in a chaotic exchange to level the series. Omnic is riding an incredible wave of confidence right now. Esther maintains a slim lead as we enter the 5th. A crucial recovery for him after that blowout loss on fast aim. We're totally deadlocked at 3-all, a complete stalemate. Hard to believe given the rating gap between them. The momentum is shifting. Omnic is starting to look like the aggressor in this duel. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses against Zed.
We're back to a dead heat at 4 apiece.
He's bounced back quickly after those tough losses earlier today. Omnic takes a gripping lead, 5-4. A big shift from that dominant victory he had on fast aim. The trading of rounds has been absolutely relentless. Neither player is giving an inch tonight. Esther just barely clawed back the advantage at 6-5. He's managing to put that tough loss on fast aim behind him. We've got a 6-6 deadlock at the break. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from a high-level clash. Both players are fighting hard to keep this close, despite Esther's massive historical advantage on this map. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic holds a precarious one-round edge right now. The ranking gap isn't providing any protection for Esther today. Pure chaos as they've reset everything to 7 apiece. That's a tough mental spot to be in after the 13-5 disaster on fast aim. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Omnic is just teleporting into those headshots lately. All, and this series is wide open. He's really fighting to make up for that earlier loss today. Omnic surges ahead with a tight 9-8. He's really capitalizing on this rare momentum shift. Omnic has a 5-game winning streak right now that's completely defying the odds. He's playing with an immense amount of confidence and it's starting to outweigh Esther's higher rating. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite to respond. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, pushing his lead and refusing to let Esther get back into the drive seat. It's getting harder for the higher rated side to find an answer. What a scramble! Esther barely manages to survive a brutal exchange and stops that run. A huge difference from that 13-5 blowout on fast aim. Omnic outlasts him in a gritty exchange, moving one step closer to victory. It's a complete reversal from how these two usually play. He just keeps fighting back, refusing to let the game end right here. This high-pressure environment is exactly where the favorite needs to step up. What a sequence! Both players landed heavy hits, but Esther was just a fraction faster to close it out. A huge swing compared to how they fared in their previous meeting. He's absolutely taking over now, finishing the round without taking a single hit. The difference in experience is starting to show through. He is simply unstoppable right now, powering through another brawl to take a commanding lead. That's a huge turn of events compared to his 1323 day so far. He is just purely untouchable right now, putting himself on the precipice of victory. His composure is exactly why the oddsmakers had him as the heavy favorite. Total collapse for the opponent as he seals the victory and closes the series. He really clawed his way back to lock this down. Omnic fought a hell of a fight to keep it competitive. Hard fought win. Aster holds a massive historical advantage, having won roughly 79% of their previous encounters. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence today, especially considering his current 26-9 record over the last 24 hours. It will be interesting to see if Zeph can find any answers here. Zeth is putting on some serious pressure, and that ramp angle was just perfect for the kill. We're locked in a dead heat, at 2 apiece. Zeth is fighting a tough battle against a player ranked much higher on the ladder. Zeth has surged ahead, leading 3-2. It's a familiar script, seeing the lower rated player hold his ground. Aster is staying sharp, simply out-timing Zeth and picking him right off that ramp. Zeth has had a rough go of it today, going 14-22 so far. Aster claws back into a slim 1-round lead. His higher seed is definitely playing a role in this server. A total shutout. Aster just walked through him for the 3rd straight. The gap between the two is starting to feel real. A quick reflex play here, as Zeth gets the better of him. He's definitely shaking off the rust after a tough loss to Omnic. And just like that, Zeth levels the game at 5-0. It's a tight fight for a guy sitting at rank 31. Aster keeps the pressure high, securing that win from the ramp to regain the lead. The higher seed is finally starting to separate himself here. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. Zeth is sticking around, but the top-seeded player is simply too consistent right now. Fresh start for both players. Aster is really making his presence felt with a total win rate of 66% across a massive sample size. So yeah, he is effectively leveraging that long-term experience to take complete control of the match. He just needs a few more rounds to put this away. He's showing some real grit here, staying calm to secure a clean victory. He's really fighting the uphill battle right now. Aster is now well clear, commanding a 3-round cushion. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Zeth is refusing to go quiet, stepping up again to keep this fight alive. A much needed stop for the underdog. Aster holds a commanding 10-7 lead now. A quick reminder that Zeth actually took their last encounter.
Terrorists win.
Aster is really finding his stride now, and Zeth has almost no room left to breathe. Aster completely shuts the door on that comeback effort. He's just 1 round away from victory. What a scramble. Zeth digs deep to barely scrape through that brawl. What a clutch recovery to stay in the game. He's making a gutsy stand despite the deficit. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the final shot to take the victory. He really tightened the screws in that closing stretch. Zeth put up a fight, but the experience difference just showed. Zef has the historical advantage with a 43% win rate here. It's clear the pressure is on him to actually translate that map knowledge into an early lead. Let's see if he can shake off the slow start. A brutal exchange that ends with Omnic still standing. He's just too fast right now. He definitely didn't look this shaky in their last meeting. Simply unstoppable right now. He takes a complete lockout to start things off. He's absolutely crushing this opening, making it 5 straight to start the match. The underdog is putting on a real performance here. Another huge round for Omnic, who just cleaned him right off the ramp. A tough spot to be in after those recent struggles. He's just in a different league today, putting up a perfect 7 newer start. Complete reversal from how the favorites were pegged going in. Finally, Zeth gets one back and takes control from the Tetris. A little relief for the high-seeded player after that tough stretch. Omnic really makes quick work of that, knocking Zeth right off the high ground. The higher-rated player is really struggling to stay in this. Omnic is keeping his edge despite that head-to-head deficit of 168 total rounds won. It's interesting to see that the recent match history isn't playing a role here. The momentum is firmly with the lower-seeded player. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Zeth was expected to hold the advantage here, but he's just getting outplayed. He needs to make a serious adjustment if he wants to climb back into this. Time for Zeth to wake up. Unreal. He almost falls over, but manages to scrape through and take Zeth off the Tetris. He's barely scraping by, but it's all that matters. Omnic is simply dominating, pushing his lead to 10-4. He's just not giving Zeth any room to breathe. That was another incredibly fast exchange. Zeth is finally starting to find some footing, though he still got a long climb ahead of him. A tricky path forward, but he's still an experienced hand. Zeth is putting up a fight, picking up a few consecutive rounds to narrow this gap. He's a bit more seasoned when it comes to the long-term grind. That was an absolute brawl. Zeth barely survives that one to extend his current run. The two of them have a nearly even split across 300 battles. A flawless exchange to stop the momentum and put him just one round away from victory. Just a nightmare scenario for the favorite right now. Zeth keeps his hopes alive by winning a tight duel, delaying the finish by one more round. That was a clean sequence to get back in the driver's seat. Boom, he secures the final blow and takes the whole match. He really shook the rankings up with that one. I can't believe how fast he was moving today. Esther holds a massive historical edge with a 74% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's no surprise to see the favorite taking control of the opening round. I want to see if Omnic can break that cycle today. Esther is really surging ahead now, leading 2-1. He's been playing remarkably well today, posting a 26-9 record. Omnic just needs one solid round to hold this momentum before things get out of hand. Goodness, he barely survives that exchange. A chaotic fight that Aster just barely edges out to keep his run going. The higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Omnic is showing a lot of grit, picking his opponent right off the ramp. A quick reflex win to keep the deficit manageable. What an absolute scramble! Aster barely survives that exchange to widen the lead. That 14th spot on the ladder is looking very secure right now. Omnic secures a perfect response from the ramp to narrow the gap. He's proven he can trade blows with the highest seed. Aster has really struggled with consistency in his last 10 matches, only winning half of them. Well, you can see he's fighting through those doubts right now. He needs to stabilize his play if he wants to keep this lead secure. Aster keeps pulling away with a dominant 7-3 lead. The rating gap is really starting to show as this match progresses. Omnic is fighting an uphill climb at 7-4. Coming from a tough stretch of results over the last 24 hours. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Right, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted today. It will be a tough task for Omnic to flip this around in the second half. Time for a fresh start. Aster is just relentless, pushing the score to 9-4. He's certainly leaning into that confidence from the top half of the bracket. Aster is simply unstoppable, now staring down a 10-4 lead. He's certainly showing why he holds that top 15 spot. Omnic was ready for him this time, catching Aster perfectly as he held that ramp position. The pace is just blistering right now, with these fights ending in the blink of an eye. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, finding a way to trade rounds and keep this game intriguing. It's a tight spot for the lower ranked player to climb out of. That was a tough exchange, but Aster manages to come out on top to hit match point. The gap in their overall experience really showed there. Omnic secures the win from the ramp, delaying the end of this contest. A quick reset just when the pressure was peaking. A totally clean shot, and Omnic keeps the pressure on with back-to-back wins. The momentum has definitely shifted back to the underdog. What a gritty finish to a fierce duel. Aster closes it out and secures the victory. Despite a late push from the underdog, he's just too consistent on red line to let this slip away.